Russia. So today, senior trainer of Infotex Group, Nikolai Vasilyev. Nikolai, hello.
Hello, Anton.
As he will provide an introduction to virtual private networks technologies, which are widely used in Russia to provide communication between the government and business centers of Russia, between federal resources, between advanced services. So very important service for Russian Federation, very important technology. As it was written in chat, we will provide additional training on DLP because there were some technical problems yesterday. And then right now we have much more participants than the number of workplaces in our remote cloud infrastructure accessible for work. We will provide the schedule for work in Telegram chat and by email. So I think the next meeting on DLP will be on Tuesday, 9 a.m. So the schedule will be provided. Okay, thank you a lot, Nikolai. You're welcome.
Well, thank you, Anton. Hello again, dear friends, and I'll introduce some VPN technology. It's very important for Russian Federation, and it is widely used both in government organizations and factories and educational organizations and so on. The technology is known as VIPNet. VIPNet is an acronym of Virtual Private Network. The producer is Infotex company, one of the most well-known companies of information security in Russian Federation. And let me start from the introduction for this technology. What does it mean? What are the main features of, sorry, let me, do you see my screen? Please answer me.
Yes, we see.
Very good, very good. Because I'm using Zoom for Linux, it has some specifications.
Well, Nikolai, I have to say that all the software, as you have seen, was shared yesterday with our participants, virtual machines and instructions and different licenses, so everything is accessible for the participants.
Very good, and I'll repeat this information later, and I'll give you a link, and using this link you can download or view some video media materials about VIPNet and some other technologies. And let's start from the features of VPN. Administrator of the VPN of VIPNet network should know IP networking principles, private data protection technologies, virtual private network operation principles, the procedure of building a private corporate network with the VIPNet technology, specifics of the VIPNet cryptography and public key infrastructure, the principles of managing different VIPNet network objects, the main features, purposes, and operation principles of the basic VIPNet software components. Sure, in our course, in our small part of VIPNet learning, we cannot view the entire area of VIPNet possibilities, but I'll show you some very important principles to build, to construct VIPNet, and how to deploy our software on network nodes, and you should use this knowledge during your competition. Well, this presentation is given in a cloud, and I'll give you a link. You can download and read this presentation. So I'll briefly describe the product, and then let's go to the practice work with this decision. VIPNet. VIPNet is an acronym of Virtual Private Network. This technology can be used for deploying protected VPNs over both global and local networks. The main principles are identification and authentication technologies, firewall and personal firewall technologies, encapsulation and tunneling technologies. These three technologies help you to protect your data in your networks. The first point of network deployment is VIPNet administrator software, and I'll show the software now. And using this software, you can construct and deploy your network nodes. The traffic between our network nodes is protected by GHOST cryptography algorithm. Moreover, we have some technologies for digital signing of your data. And both these, or all of these technologies are built in our VIPNet solution. Our architecture. You should know that VIPNet, like other VPNs, is not basic network. It is overlay network. It should be based on working IP infrastructure. So first you should construct your IP network without mistakes, because if you make some mistakes while constructing IP basic network, those mistakes will remain in other above technologies. For example, our VIPNet can be used like a widely area network. For example, your company has a central office and 3 branches, and all of these parts are connected via internet. VIPNet can conduct the data, the protected data, transferring between all the networks and network nodes in all local area networks and wide area networks, which are used in your entire large network. Moreover, it's possible to organize some remote access to the corporate resources. For example, mobile users or remote users can be working with VIPNet and can be having an access to their corporate resources like email, web, and so on and so on. You should know that there are 3 types of network nodes in our network. First is client. Client is a workplace for person, for human, or it is an endpoint or of network traffic, like database server or web server and so on. The second type of nodes are coordinators. Coordinators protects the segments of your network. And the third type of network nodes is X firewalls. X firewall is next generation firewall. It can produce deep packet inspection in your network for open traffic. For example, it can use Active Directory user catalog, and it can decide should be traffic from John Smith working with Skype passed or dropped, for example. Well, first type is client. Client, it is workplace. The second type is coordinator, the protector of network segment. And the third type is X firewall, deep packet inspector of network traffic. There are some specific, some other specific nodes, for example, quantum cryptography nodes. But these decisions with quantum cryptography are now in developing. But these three nodes are working correctly and is certified, and all of these nodes are certified in Russian Federation. It's possible to connect two different VIPNet network and construct some superposition, and you can interact with your counter agent, for example, some partner organization. It's possible to provide friendly network connection with some other VIPNet network. Tunneling, very important principle of all VPN technologies. Tunnel is a logical protected line between two nodes. And tunnel protects your traffic with cryptography, while this traffic goes through some insecure lines, for example, internet. Tunnel is constructed by coordinators. Our coordinators not only can be used as protector for network, it can be used for tunneling for some open host. This is the principle of tunneling. For example, this database server is running without VIPNet client, and in this local area network, its traffic is not protected. But if some other hosts in other network, for example, in some different place in the world, some computer like this should have an access to this database server. And in local area network where this computer is working, there is no protection between this host and coordinator. This part of the traffic is not protected. How does it work? Our computer, our initiator of the traffic, passes the data to the coordinator. Coordinator encrypts this traffic, and traffic goes in the encrypted form to the other part of the tunnel, to the other coordinator. The target coordinator automatically decrypts this traffic and passes it in clear text, in decrypted form, to the target server, for example, database server. The answer traffic goes by the similar way. If it's impossible to install VIPNet client for some computer, you can use the tunneling as the mean of the data protection. If you can install VIPNet client, your traffic is already protected. Encapsulation. You know that our network, all of our networks, are built on multi-level or multi-layer construction. For example, OSI module consists of 7 levels or 7 layers. And between 2 layers, the procedure known as encapsulation is realized automatically. For example, you type some request in your browser. For example, 3W Yandex.ru, for example. Your browser constructs HTTP request, and in this request, your data is passed. This is known as GET request. GET request of HTTP is encapsulated into TCP segment, and TCP segment has 2 parts. Data part, where HTTP data is encapsulated, and header part, For example, in header path, we should specify two ports. First port is the identifier of your browser on your computer, and the second port, the destination port, is the identifier of web server software on the target host in the internet. TCP segment is encapsulated into IP datagram. For example, IP version 4 datagram. And in IP datagram, data part contains the source TCP segment and some header. You know that in this header, it should be specified to very important data, the source IP address and the destination IP address. There are some other fields, very important fields. We'll discuss some of them. Well, the IP datagram encapsulates into frame, and this frame goes through local area network. So the encapsulation principle is the basic principle, one of the basic principles in our network technology. And what is the main part of the VIPNet protection? In VIPNet protection, between data link layer and between network layer, there is specific driver. It is known as IP-LIR, its name, or VIPNet protection driver. This driver automatically encrypts the source data from network layer and construct a new data on network transport layer. This process goes automatically. It's very important, automatically. So it is transparent for the user, you will see. And the target data, the encrypted data, then goes down on our network model. And at last, it is placed in frame, and then frame passes between nodes in local area networks. It's very simple, it's very brief description, but it gives the main principle of the VIPNet. Source data are automatically encrypted, and the result is some typical network packet. For example, IP datagram or UDP datagram or user datagram. We have two ways for encapsulation. If the source and destination network nodes are placed in the same local area network, IP encapsulation is used. So the source data, unencrypted data, clear text, is IP datagram, and after encryption, we produce the IP datagram 2, IP to IP. But the resulting IP datagram is encrypted using some key for encryption. This way is used in local area network. But if our nodes, both source node and the destination node, are placed in different IP networks, we use the second way of encapsulation, IP UDP. The source data is the IP datagram. This is the ordinary IP datagram. Our driver, our IP-LIR protection driver, encrypts this datagram, but result is placed not in IP datagram, but in UDP datagram, in user datagram packet. So we goes not IP to IP, but IP to UDP. And then the UDP datagram just have been constructed, goes down on the network, through the network model, and is encapsulated automatically in new IP datagram. This is the principle. Why does it constructed by this way? Because in the first case, there is no any proxy, any middle point between source and destination. So data can be passed immediately from destination, from source to destination, and IP to IP is suitable. And if the source and target are placed in different networks, some middle point, for example, some firewall, can block such a not standard IP datagram, because in our IP to IP encapsulation, the protocol field in IP header is set to value 241. Please remember this value. 241 is the feature of IP to IP encapsulation, and this value is placed to protocol field. Some firewall will automatically block the datagrams with not standard protocols, and this way so is not suitable in common case where source and destination are placed in different networks. The second encapsulation way uses UDP, that the destination is UDP datagram, and UDP datagram, it marked with port values both for destination and source, value 55777. 55777. This is the feature of encrypted UDP datagram in VIPNet. Both source port and destination port are set in this value. Please remember it too. In this way, we have UDP datagram. UDP datagram contains the source IP datagram in encrypted form. And then this UDP datagram will be automatically put in ordinary IP datagram. So the protocol value, the protocol field value is set to 17. This is the feature of UDP, and this value is standard. And firewall will not block such a traffic, because UDP is very important traffic. For example, DNS service uses it. So firewall will not block the entire UDP. This way is used while source and destination are placed in different networks. This is the illustration. In LAN, we can use IP to IP because there is no any middle point, any proxy between source and destination. And in wide area network, some firewall can block such a traffic, and we automatically use IP to UDP encapsulation. In LAN, IP to IP. In WAN, so IP to UDP. And our protected host, our client host, will not only exchange the data with protected host, with some protected host. It can pass traffic with some unprotected host. And this client, it has some filter rules for filtering such a traffic between this host, protected host, and some unprotected host running without VIPNet client. Green lines reflect the protected traffic, and red lines reflect unprotected traffic. VIPNet driver is our main tool for data protection provision. This network driver, VIPNet driver, is placed between data link layer and network layer in OSI module. So the entire traffic goes through this driver. This driver will automatically encrypt, automatically decrypt. This driver can be used as a firewall, both personal on clients and network-to-network firewall in coordinators. So this driver is the main tool of data protection in VIPNet technologies. Components. Our VIPNet has three main components, VIPNet software. The first software package is a VIPNet administrator. A VIPNet administrator is a complex package. We will use this package shortly. This administrator can both construct our network and control the entire network in real time. Without administrator, it's impossible to organize VIPNet networks. The second main tool is coordinator, and the third VIPNet client. We will use the Windows software for all targets, both for administrator and for coordinator and for client. And the software is placed in a cloud. Please download it because it's needed to realize our practice work. We will use only coordinator, client, and some helpful tool, Policy Manager. Policy Manager can help you to construct filter rules, for example, filter rules on all the network nodes of your entire network. Sure, it's possible to organize these rules locally, step by step on each host. But if you have, for example, 10,000 nodes, it's a very, very complex task. And the Policy Manager can organize your work from one point. This is the mean for centralized filter organization, filter and network address translations, procedures, features. Administrator, coordinator, client. We'll start from administrator. We'll organize our network. We'll realize some result. The result is a set of distribution key set files, DST files. Those DST files will be used to install both coordinators and clients in our network. And you will see this process entire from the beginning up to the result. VIPNet administrator is needed to organize and control your network. It has two main parts. First part is so-called VIPNet Network Control Center, NCC. NCC is not a data protection tool. NCC is only a constructor. It helps you to construct your network. You create coordinators, clients, roles for them, users. You provide some links between nodes and users and so on. So you can control the structure of your network using NCC. The second part of administrator is VIPNet Key and Certification Authority. This part is cryptography product because it organizes the key infrastructure upon previously constructed structure of the network. You should know NCC provides a structure, and KCA provides the infrastructure, the key infrastructure. And then our clients and coordinators with those keys can provide encrypted traffic. And this encryption decryption procedures, as you can see, are transparent for the users, but not for the possible evil person, like eavesdropper. Coordinator is designed to protect network segments. Client protects one host. Coordinator protects a couple of hosts and some local area network. Coordinator can be installed on desktop computers, on virtual machines, on servers, and so on and so on. And we have some apparent, some hardware decisions. Our hardware coordinator has not open, but strictly prohibited operating system, and it's impossible to install some different software for our hardware coordinators. So it can be used on the range between two different network, for example, network of company and network of provider. The software coordinator you can use only inside your network. It's not possible in our loyalty. It's not possible to use software coordinator between two physical networks of different owners. Only hardware coordinator can be used in such a point of the network. Coordinator works as a firewall. Coordinator coordinates the traffic between clients, but not encrypts. If the traffic is already encrypted, coordinates won't encrypt or decrypt it. It routes such a traffic. But coordinator can be used as VPN gateway to provide the tunneling of some open traffic. VIPNet client is designed for protection of some endpoints or first point of your network. So it can be used on workplaces or at the destination points, but not for the middle points. For the middle points, you should use coordinators. This is some environment of our administrator, coordinator, and client system. We will use a Windows version of these programs. There are some additional components. State Watcher. This is the centralized monitoring tool for VIPNet networks. Registration point. Registration point is used to help the administrator of certification authority to control the email certificate for the network users, both internal and for external users. VIPNet Policy Manager is centralized tool for the security policies like network traffic filtering rules and network address translations rules too. X-Firewall, it's a deep packet inspection gateway. It can be used to organize next generation firewall in your network. VIPNet IDS. VIPNet IDS will be used in our small training. VIPNet IDS is a tool for monitoring of some intrusions in your network, in your information systems. We will use the IDS and we will see how does it reflect some attacks from networks to your network, from different networks to your network. Well, all type of networks can be constructed, can be provided with data protection. VIPNet host. You know that there are three types of VIPNet host: client, coordinator, and X-Firewall. At this slide, X-Firewall is put inside the coordinator. Coordinator and X-Firewall sometimes can be discussed at the same time. The most type are client and coordinator, but you should know that there is one more type of VIPNet host, X-Firewall. X-Firewall is special type of coordinator, special type. Link, what does it mean? Link link provides the possibility of encryption channel organization. Link is made by Network Control Center. Link is not a secret. Link only reflects that some client 1 is linked with client 2, not more, not more. It's not a secret. But then upon the link's structure, our key and certification authority, it will generate some secret keys for the encryption channel organization. You should know link is a component of structure. It is not a secret, but above the link, our KCA component provides encryption key infrastructure, and encryption keys are secret data. If there is no link between some two hosts, for example, client 2 and client 3, our KCA will not provide the encryption key, so it's impossible to organize protected traffic between not linked hosts, between two hosts which are not linked between each other. Some links are mandatory. For example, between each VIPNet host and Network Control Center, between coordinator and clients registered on it, and so on and so on. We can organize host groups. Host group is used to simplify the process of administration. For example, to make some parameter values, to set some parameter values on your host, you should go in a specific administrative mode for this host. And to log as an administrator, you should know specific data, the password for administrator. Each host can have some specific administrative password. But if your network consists of thousands of hosts, it's impossible. It's very hard to organize administrative password for each host. And we can group some hosts in host groups, and we can set one administrative password, and this password can be applied to all the hosts in this group to pass in administrative mode. So, you know, every group in network, in our VIPNet network, helps an administrator to provide his or her tasks. User is an owner of authentication data. Users can be grouped too to simplify the administrative process. For example, users of one group are automatically linked with each other, and two linked users, for example, can pass to each other some secure emails. Those emails will be automatically encrypted while transmitting, and will be automatically decrypted while receiving and reading. You should know that we have some restrictions in our network. For example, it's impossible to organize a host without user. You should know it's impossible to have a person without computer, and it's impossible to have a computer without person. This is one of our restrictions. What kind of links, what kind of correspondence between users and computers can be realized? One-to-one. This computer is the workplace of this user, and it's one-to-one interaction. The second type, one-to-many. So many users can use one computer. For example, some factory works in 3 parts of day. For example, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. this computer is used by one person, and in the second stage, this computer is used by some other person. So many persons, a number of persons, can be registered on the same node, on the same VIPNet client. Next variant. For example, this is the head of some department. This person is a head of department. Its computer, for example, first computer, it is his or her own computer. But this person should have a possibility to log in on each computer of his or her department. First computer, first in the special list, computer is his or her own computer, and the other computers, when his or her are registered, where he or her is registered, those computers allow this user to log in. For example, to check the work of persons of his or her department. You should know that it is impossible to organize computer without person, and it's impossible to construct user without computer. You should remember this restriction. Links between users. These links allow to interact with special protected data, which is this system is known as VIPNet business mail subsystem. We will use it. You will see. You can see how does it work. And if two persons are linked, it's possible to send such business mail messages. If there is no link, it's impossible to send business mails. It's possible to link one-to-one, one-to-user group, and some other interconnection can be realized. Role. This is the host functionality. For example, client is a role. Coordinator, it is a role too. Role describes what functions are allowed to be realized on some host. This, for example, this role, VPN client. This role allows your computer to be working as a VIPNet client, for example. This role, VPN server or software VPN coordinator, this role allows your computer to work as a coordinator, and so on and so on. This is the screen of our NCC program. You will see it. Users have some permissions. Permissions reflect how some user can realize possibility of the role of the host. For example, maximum permissions can realize all the features included in some role. Medium permissions, so. And minimal permissions, for example, minimal permissions give the minimal set of function of some role. In your task, you will manage permissions, and some users will have medium permissions in your task. This is the entire possibilities of permission levels. There are four there are four different levels: minimum, maximum, medium, and special. By the default way, in client organization, user will have maximum permission. If you want to specify some other level of permission, you should give it by your hands, not automatically. This is the way of assigning a user permission level for a VIPNet client. Double click on some role. This is the list of the roles. Double click on the role will give you a window, and in this window you can set the level of permissions. License. Our network is entirely descripted in special XML file, which is known as license file. Now, the form of the license file is a file with extension ITCS LIC, ITCS Infotext LIC license. The previous realizations, in previous realizations, file name was infotext.reg. Now, all the licenses are passed in ITC LIC files form. License file contains everything about your network. The number of the identifier of your network, because every VIPNet network has some unique identifier. And it is impossible after license deployment. It's impossible to install some license file with different VIPNet network number. You should know that administrator software, after license installation, prevents you from installation of license with different VIPNet network number. Be careful, please. Be careful, please. Don't make mistakes on this stage. It's very serious. VIPNet network number is the unique identifier of your VIPNet inside the entire world. Every VIPNet has a unique ID. Well, information about owner, the number of clients, the number of coordinators, the list of roles, and so on and so, the number of tunneling connections, and so on and so on. All these data are placed in your license file data, a license file. In your license file, there are at the bottom of this file, there are special field checksum, and it's impossible to put some changes by the hands. It's impossible because the result of checksum will differ from the first result. This is the viewing of license file. You will see it. Cross-server channels. You should know that if your network has 2 or more coordinators, all of them should be connected with special type of the link, cross-server channel. Cross-server allows you to pass some control data. This control data are known as control envelopes between coordinators. Cross-server channel is special link for passing control envelopes between 2 coordinators. And if you have only one coordinator in your network, It's impossible to organize cross-server because we have only one server. But if you have 2 or more coordinator, please do not forget, you should link them with cross-server channel. And I'll show this procedure for you. Don't forget. Cross-server channel is used to pass some control data between coordinators. For example, if there is no link between coordinator 3 and coordinator 4, the segment with coordinator 4 and client 4.1, the segment will be will be disconnected from your network, because all the control data are passed in special control envelopes. If the control envelope does not passes from one coordinator to the other, in future, this segment goes without VIPNet, because this part is not controlled by the source of control envelopes. You know that everything are identified in our VIPNet. VIPNet network has unique identifier. It's 16-bit binary number, 16-bit. So for hexadecimal characters, 16-bit for VIPNet network number, 16-bit for VIPNet host number. It's 16-bit value too. And we will see that all the data are marked with these identifier. This is the most important identifier in our network. VIPNet identifier, the entire identifier, contains of 2 parts. The elder part is the VIPNet network number, and the lower part is the number or identifier of the host inside this VIPNet network. Each user has specific identifier too. The 4 hexadecimal numbers, or 16 bits in binary form, the 16 elder binary digits are number of network of VIPNet, and the last 16 bits is the number of user, the identifier of user. This identifier is used while business mail messages are passing through our network. Network address is unique number for the VIPNet network. VIPNet administrator. VIPNet administrator has 4 parts. The first part, it will be installed at the first time, is SQL Server database. When you are starting the installation of administrator process, at first time the system check at the first time, do you have already installed SQL Server or not? If you have, this step can be passed. If you have no, the previously installed SQL Server and its database, this part will be automatically installed. We will see such a process. After the SQL Server and its database installation and deployment, the system install NCC Server application. NCC Server is a high-level engine for your database. SQL Server is low-level engine for database, and NCC Server is high-level engine. NCC Server does not have any user interface. You will see that NCC is only 2 Windows services, NCC service and NCC File Watcher service, not more. And both these services have no user interface. To provide user interface, you should install the second, one more part, NCC Client. NCC Client is graphic user interface program for interaction between administrator, human administrator, and NCC server application. And the last part is our KCA, Key Management Center and Certification Authority. Both 4 parts are important, and you should install all of them. You should entirely install the administrator package, and only after that you can go to your network construction. And we will start from this process in a short time. SQL Server database. All the data describing our hosts, links, roles, users, and so on and so on. All the data is placed for our specific network. All the data is placed in SQL Server database. And the source of the SQL Server database is NCC. NCC puts this data. And then KCA retrieves this data and constructs an encryption key infrastructure upon this structure. And after that, we can construct resulting files, so-called distribution set files, DST files. Using these DST files, we can set up our client software, our coordinator software, our X-firewall software, and so on. Without DST file, it's impossible to start such a software. We will see this process. This is supported versions for our in our product for SQL Server versions. By default, in our package, there is SQL Server 2016 Express, 2014 Express. This version is given here. All the data are stored in this database, and we can install all the application on one computer. We can install some part of the administrator package on one computer and some parts on the other computers, and so on and so on. This structure is very flexible, NCC servers is only 2 Windows services. NCC client graphic user interface. You should use NCC client to manually manage your VIPNet structure and configure your network nodes and so on. This is the interface. This is network NCC client. This is the client. We cannot see the work of the server. Server is service, not more. And NCC client is a tool for administrating for our network. KCA tool is the constructor of key infrastructure. It retrieves the data about network, and this data previously this data should be constructed with NCC. KCA retrieves this data from database and provides the encryption key infrastructure using links provided by NCC. This is the list of tasks of KCA tool. KC key center. Key center is used for encryption procedures, and our KCA has certification authority. Certification authority is a part of KCA, and this part is used only if you want to provide certification system. For example, for digital signing of your emails. for example, digital signing of your data. If you do not want to have such a part, you can buy KCA without this feature. KC is important feature, and CA is an option, but very helpful option, because digital signing is a very important procedure now. We can realize all the schemes of the component placement. For example, in this case, reflected by this slide, for example, you see that administrator client, VIPNet client, put on the administrator machine is marked by this red flag. This is the feature of the administrator machine. For example, SQL database, NCC client, NCC server, and VIPNet client are put on this first machine. And the second machine contains of KCA and VIPNet client. The other scheme, you see, we have 3 computers in this case, for example. All of the cases are possible. All of the cases are possible. Well, and now let's pass to our practice part. First, we should plan our structure of the network, and this task is the most important, and this task is the most complex one. And only your knowledge, only your skills can be used to decide this task. Because you know that some software or hardware and so on is not more than tools. The base is your knowledge, your skills, your real skills. And using some software packages like our administrator, you should decide your task. But the principle, the algorithm, the base of the task should be decided by yourself. So first stage, we should plan our structure. But in your case, you should realize already prepared structure. You should realize during competition some simple structure of some small network. So this task is already decided for you. But in real life, this is the most complex task. Plan the structure, compose your network. It's very complex task. Well, after that, you should install the VPN administrator software. And after the installation, you should create configure hosts, both clients and coordinators. Then you should add configure users. For example, you should place links between users, for example, and so on. Then you should use KCA to generate distribution key set files, DST files. After DST files creation, you can deploy your VIPNet software for clients, for coordinators, for X firewalls, or you can use DST files to set up your hardware components, and so on and so on. Well, let's have a break. Let's have a break for 10 minutes. And after this break, I'll demonstrate you how these steps should be done. Well, dear colleagues, let's have a break. Thank you, Anton. Well, In our company, let me proceed. In our company, there are two segments. First segment is central office, and the second segment of our network is some subsidiary. In central office, there are three clients: admin, admin 2, and user 1. This segment is protected by coordinator central office. And the second segment of our corporate network is protected by coordinator subsidiary. And in our subsidiary segment, there is only one VIPNet client called user 2. All of our hosts have users with the same name as the name of the host. For example, admin computer is managed by admin people, admin human. So admin is a login for some administrative person. And the same situation is for all our network nodes. In table 1, there are links between users of all the hosts. While the user linking, we can automatically provide linking between computers for those users. Because there is no IP address restrictions, let our network for central office, let this network be 192.168.1.0 with prefix 24. Let the subsidiary segment, let it have to use IP addresses from network 192.168.2.0 with prefix 24. And let the segment between two coordinators, let it reflect some possible dangerous network like internet, and let it have the address 20.20.20.0 with 24th prefix. Let it be. First, you should download and deploy our virtualization software. In our practice, we will use Oracle VirtualBox as an virtualization environment. You should download this product. Please use only official site for download this product. Well, let me show this site. Let me show it. VirtualBox. It's very simple to enter this information. Download VirtualBox only from official site. This product is free to use. It is with it's an open source software, and you can use it as you wish. Well, you should download this environment and install for your operating system, for your host operating system. In my case, I use Linux operating system as the host one, but it is not essential. You can deploy your VirtualBox on Windows, on macOS, and so on. Many variants are supported. By link downloads, you can use different variant of packages for your host operating system. The last version is 6.1.20, and let's use this version. Please, after the VirtualBox installation, install the extension pack. Extension pack is a special module. It is used for USB 2 and 3 devices. If you need. We doesn't need these devices, but I recommend you to install this extension pack. So you should deploy VirtualBox environment and extension pack inside it. This is the first step. The second step is to download virtual machines, to clone virtual machines, download software, and so on and so on. And I'll show the entire process for you. I prepared some cloud resources. This resource, the link for this resource is placed in Telegram channel for your group. There are 2 lectures about VIPNet, and you see that this machine, Win10.1 English, this machine, it is given in zip archive, and you should download this file and unpack this file to some directory, to some folder on your host operating system. Then you should download all the software needed in our course. We'll start from VIPNet administrator. This administrator is targeted to external market, not in Russian Federation, but the principles of usage of our software is the same. You should download this machine. You should unpack. You should extract the entire files from this archive, and you should download all the packages. We need administrator, coordinator, client. Then you should download this file. This file is license file. License file describes your network, and without license, it's impossible to deploy your VIPNet. You should know, without license, you cannot construct your VIPNet. Well, in my case, I have already installed and deployed our VirtualBox and extension pack. Well, where is it? Oh, let me use new desktop. Let's start VirtualBox. And let's make some preparations. This is the main window for VirtualBox. First, let's have a look of some settings. Let's go to File, and Preferences. Tab language can be used to set the language for VirtualBox. I'll use English. Tab Input. You should know that your virtual machine can lock your keyboard or mouse to free your mouse pointer or keyboard focus. You should press right control by default. This combination is known as host key combination. If you press right control, your virtual machine stops the control of mouse and keyboards. Well, in extension tab, you can see that some additional modules, some plugins are installed in your system. In my system, I've installed extension pack. It is not essential for us because we do not use USB drives version 2 and 3. So this feature is optional for us. Well, and now let's begin. First, let's specify some folder. In this folder, your VirtualBox will put some result of its work. By default, this is the user-oriented folder, and VirtualBox creates some subfolder. Let me make some changes in this default situation. In my home folder, let me create some subfolder, and I'll call this subfolder VBox. And I'll place all the machines inside this subfolder VBox. And I should instruct VirtualBox to use this folder as the default folder for machines. Well, let me do it. Tab General, Default Machine Folders. I'll respecify this folder. I'll use some other folder just have been created. Home Teacher and then VBox. Well, and that's all for our preparations. All the virtual machines folders will be placed in this VBox folder. I've already extracted all the files from archive. This folder is extracted. Win10.1 English squeezed file, and let me paste it in my target folder. I'll cut it from the initial placement and I'll move it here. Now it's possible to attach new machine to our virtualization environment. Let's go to menu machine and let's press add. Because our VirtualBox, because it knows about new settings, it automatically attempts to find target machines in new folder. I am going inside this unpacked, previously stored in zip form. I'll go inside and I am choosing this descriptor. File with extension VBox is a descriptor for virtual machine. Now, virtual machine is attached to my virtualization environment. There are 3 views in VirtualBox. Details, some details about our computer, our virtual computer. Snapshots, this is the most important view, snapshots. And the last view is logs. This is some records about history of starting and stopping of our virtual machine. Let us use snapshots view. What does it mean, snapshot? Snapshot is a snapshot of current state of virtual machine. You see that we have special snapshot. It is called clean. This state is a stable state of operating system after installation. If you make some mistakes, you can restore this snapshot and you will start from 0 point. Sometimes it's a very, very useful feature. To restore snapshot, just right-click on it and choose Restore Position. If you do not want to save the current state, uncheck this flag. And after Restore button pressing, your current state reflects the clean state. Clean state is a stable, workable state of our virtual machine. Let's proceed. We have only one machine, but in our task, well, where is my document? Where is my PDF document? Well. Well, this is my PDF document. Look here. In our course, in our small practice training, we should have four virtual machines. Our first virtual machine is already prepared for installation, and Win10.1 reflects to machine VM1. If you want, you can rename this machine. To rename a machine, go to its settings, and change the data in name field on tab General. Let's rename the machine to the desired position, VM1. Well, and now our machine is called VM1 as it is described in our task. Well, VM1, but we should have 3 more machines, VM2, VM3, VM4. Let's prepare them. Using cloning procedure. Please be careful, very important step. To clone a machine, you should right-click on the machine in left part of the virtualization display, right-click and choose Clone. Please be careful. By default, VirtualBox uses so-called guided mode. If you see a button named Expert Mode, your current state is guided mode. Please go to Expert Mode. Press this button. In Expert Mode, the name of the button is guided mode. Do not go to guided mode because the expert mode view is much more rich of features. First, let's specify a name for the desired machine. Let the second machine be VM2. Type of cloning, full clone in all cases. Please choose only this position. And please, in all cases, use this option, everything in snapshot part. Because if you use default position, current machine, after the cloning, there is no clean state. In the target machine, there will be no clean state, but only current state. Use, please, this position, everything. Next, very important feature. Open this list and choose Generate New MAC Addresses. Be very, very careful. It is very important situation. Because if two machines with network cards are connected in the same local area network, and the MAC addresses are the same, the data interaction will be impossible. You know that MAC address is the identifier of your network node in local area network. Please, in all cases, while cloning, generate new MAC addresses. Be careful, be very careful. Well, let's have a final look of options. Name VM2, path. This is the target folder for the new virtual machine. Full clone, everything, all of snapshots will be included in the cloning result. And MAC address policy, generate new MAC addresses. Very well, and we can clone it. Let's press this button, and the cloning procedure is started. It is highly recommended to use solid-state drives on your computer because our machines are large, about 10 gigabytes, and it's hard to clone, hard to work with them on ordinary HDD. It is strongly recommended to use SSD as the drive for your storage purposes. Well, please do not take into opinion this time, because at first time VirtualBox tells 4 minutes, second time 20 minutes. Real time is about from 3 to 5 minutes for cloning using SSD, solid state drive. Well, while machine is cloning, please download all the software, You should download and extract from ACCI files your software. We should use administrator folder, client folder, coordinator folder, and optional tool is policy manager. But all these 3 folders, please prepare. Let me place these files to some special place. Well, my machine is already cloned. VM1 and VM2 are already prepared. Let me clone one more machine. Right-click, clone, full clone, everything, and name is VM3, and MAC address, new MAC addresses. It's very, very essential. Well, machine becomes cloning, and let me put our software packages to some folder reachable from each virtual machine. I'll cut these folders and I'll paste it into some special folder. Inside my VBox folder, I'll create a folder with name share. This folder should be accessible inside every virtual machine. Let me paste my data here. And my license file should be accessible from virtual machines to let me pass my license file. This is the file. Let me place it into future share 2. Wow. In your future work, please do the same positions. Prepare some additional folder, put inside this folder your software packages and these license files. And we will use this folder as the shared folder to share some data between our virtual machines. Well, VM3 is cloning now. Cloning, let me show the license file. Let me show the license file for you. I have prepared a copy of license file, and let me change the extension for XML. And let me open this file with some browser, for example, Google Chrome. You see that license information is in XML form, and all the features of your network are placed here. For example, maximal version of administrator 4.9. Expiration date of your license, the 12th of June 2021. The name is WorldSkills, and so on and so on. For example, your network, you can set up to 8 coordinators, Windows coordinators in your network. And about client, for example, up to 21 clients can be deployed in your network. So the license files describe your network. Well, let's proceed. I've already prepared 3 machines. 1 more machine is needed for our goals. Let me clone it. It is called VM4 full clone, everything, and new MAC addresses generation. Well, let me have a look at chat. Well, chat. Will it work in VMware Fusion? Oh, you know, our virtual machine is targeted to VirtualBox, but it is possible to export your machine to the VMware environment too. For example, you can attach your machine to VirtualBox and then export it in OVA format, so the result can be opened in VMware.
Thank you, Dr. I think it is okay. I'll just install the VirtualBox. So that
very good. You know, VirtualBox is much more simply than VMware. Especially the most important for it's my opinion, it's my humble opinion, it's much more suitable for learning purposes, because in VMware it's not so hard but not so simple to realize internal networks. You should configure your virtual commutator, your virtual switch. In VirtualBox, you do not need to construct virtual switch. It will be created automatically. Very important mechanics. Well, let me place some links. Some links. This is the link for machine. This link is already published in our Telegram channel. Oh, no. This link for machines, for software and so on. And this link, please have a look at it. This link is for some video materials. Video materials. Please. Not now, but while preparation for competitions, please visit the second link, and you can download or you can view these video materials via internet. Some video materials are placed there. Well, let us go to, well, all 4 machines are prepared, are deployed in our environment, and let's configure them. This machine, VM1, this machine will contain VIPNet administrator, VIPNet client, VIPNet policy manager. And this machine is a part of a central office network. Let us assign the name central office for this network. Let's go to configuration of machine. Let's choose and then press settings. Settings. Please be careful. Be careful. Do not change the parameters on this tab. On this tab, you should have at least 2 gigabytes of random access memory and at least 2 cores of CPU to deploy administrator software package. Please do not change these parameters. Well, storage network, USB network. VirtualBox supports up to 4 network interfaces. On machine VM1, we will use only 1 network adapter. We should enable it, and let's attach it to internal network. And let's assign a name for this network. Center office network. VirtualBox will automatically create virtual switch for new network. It's very helpful feature of VirtualBox. 2, 3, and 4, these adapters should be switched off for machine VM1. USB, it's not essential. Shared folder, very important position. Shared folder should be used to interact between different virtual machines. Let's assign new directory, new folder, prepared at the previous stage, to be used as a share between machines. I am going to my home folder, then VBox, and then share. In my computer, on my computer system, that shared folder will have such a name: Home Teacher VBox Share. Auto mount. OK. And our machine is ready to start. Let's start it. OK. And this, let's start it. This is the English version of Windows 10. System is not activated. Be careful. I'll show you some helpful tools. with activation. Machine is starting. Опа. Опа, так, что-то у меня пошло не так. Так, зависло у меня. 1, 2, 3. Well, I restored my computer. Well, do you hear me, please? Answer.
Yes, you are on.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, in 5 minutes, we'll proceed. And do you see my virtual machine screen? Windows 10, do you see it?
No, not yet.
Yes or no, please?
No.
Answer. No. Well, sorry. Well, something. Where is it? Do you see my virtual machine? Do you see my virtual machine?
You are on the student.
Student, very good, very good. Well, everything is okay. Well, let's start in 5 minutes. Well, let's proceed. And now let's log in. The password is 6 ones, 111 111. 6 ones. Where is my mobile phone as an additional data channel? Well, do you see the desktop of Windows 10? Answer, please. Do you see the desktop?
Yes, sir.
Well, very good. Very good. Our operating system, guest operating system is started. And now let's install our software. The feature is the following. You couldn't install the software from shared folder. Shared folder shared folder looks from our virtual operating system as network folder, and it's impossible to install our software from network folder. So we need to copy software to our local file system. We need only soft, but there is one more folder, documentation folder. Please read it carefully. Well, soft. I'll copy it inside my virtual operating system. Let me have a look at chat. No questions. Let's proceed. Well. Where is my face? Well, well. Let's start the setup process. You should start from Network Control Center, and server install. Let's go to soft VIPNet Network Control Center, server install, and let's call this program setup executable file. We need to install some additional software. This package is included in the distribution kit of this package. Let's use English. Let's accept this license agreement after careful reading. Well, this is the first stage. If you have already prepared some different SQL Server, you can use this SQL Server. But we have started from 0 point, and we will deploy all the packages at our computer. Let's continue. Windows authentication. This is our SQL Server named instance, WinNCC SQL. This is the default name. Let's use the default parameters. Let's install. Our system is looking for previously installed SQL Server. It's impossible to find because of its absence. So we should create our SQL Server named instance. All the packages are included in VIPNet Administrator software installation package. And now our system is deploying Microsoft SQL Server. This version is SQL Server 2014 Express. And this process takes about 5 minutes on fast solid state drives. If you have hard disk drive, this process can take up to 20 minutes. Be careful, please. Be careful, please. Well, let me configure other virtual machines while the setup process is continuing. Well, our second virtual machine, according to our, well, where is my PDF? Where is my PDF? Let me open my PDF file with instructions. Well, here it is. Well, and now let me configure the VM2. This is the coordinator. And our coordinator will automatically work as an IP router. So it should have two network interfaces. Let's configure them. Both VM2 and VM3 are dedicated to coordinator software. So both these machines should have two network adapters. The last machine, VM4, is dedicated to VIPNet client, and it will have only one adapter, like VM1 machine. Well, let's configure while setup is continuing. Let's configure our network and other parameters in VirtualBox for machines VM2, 3, and 4. Well, this is our environment. Machine VM2. Press settings, and let's configure network. Our first adapter is connected to our central office network. VirtualBox automatically created virtual switch, and let us use this switch for the adapter 1. For the adapter 2, let me enable it. Let me attach it to internal network, and let me specify name, for example, internet name. I'll use like a name of virtual switch for the channel between two coordinators. This is small copy of internet. Adapter 3 won't be used, and adapter 4 too. Shared folders. Let's point to the same shared folder. Let's point it to the same folder because all of our software packages placed there. Let's set auto mount, and then let's press OK. VM2 is configured and prepared to be started. VM3 is dedicated to coordinator of some subsidiary network. Let's configure network settings for it. Setting, network, adapter 1. Let it be connected to internal network, which is called internet in our scheme. Adapter 2, let it be connected to internal network with name subsidiary. subsidiary network, and adapter 2, subsidiary, first internet, subsidiary 3 won't be used, and fourth adapter won't be used too. Shared folders. Let's point to our shared folder on the host machine. And then teacher VBox, share, well, okay. Auto mount, do not forget to check this flag. Auto mount, okay, okay. From the point of view of VirtualBox, machines are configured and ready to be started, but you see that my CPU is load hard. I won't start all the machines. Well, you see such a message. Your computer must be restarted to continue setup. After the SQL Server installation, our administrator setup should restart your computer. Do not forget to do this step. Your computer should be restarted and the installation process will be started automatically after rebooting. Our machine goes rebooting. Six ones, our password for virtual machine. And now you will see that installation process will proceed automatically. Just wait. Well, yes. Yes. Let's continue. Let's test our connection to the SQL server just have been installed. Let's test the connection. And you see that SQL Server is not started yet because this message reflects this. It's impossible to connect with SQL Server. There are two ways. First way is wait for 3-5 minutes. The second way is to start SQL Server manually. If you want to start SQL Server manually, do the following. Start Windows Services Application Environment. Let's go to Windows Services. Let's find SQL Service, SQL Server Service, Microsoft SQL Server. Let's find this service. Well, this is our SQL Server. You see that now it is not running. If you wait for from 3 to 5 minutes, it will start. But if we want to shorten this interval, we can start it manual. Right click. You see that the service is already started. The service is already started and running. If the service is not started, you can start it manually by right-clicking and choosing this first position, start. But now is Now it is started and everything will be fine. Test connection. Everything is fine. Connection has been established successfully. Well, let's proceed. Let's proceed. And now our administrator setup package is setting up the NCC server. At previous stage, only SQL Server has been installed. Now, system is installing NCC server. Well, let me have a look at chat. Where is the chat? Well, no messages, no messages. Is it clear? Do you understand the setup process? Answer, please. You should start from Network Control Center, server install, and at the first time, the system will automatically install Microsoft SQL Server. After that, computer must be rebooted. After the reboot, the installation process continues, and NCC server will be installed. Now NCC server is installing. It takes about 3 minutes for installation. And after NCC server installation, it doesn't need it for computer to be rebooted. Well, NCC server is installed successfully. Very good. Let's go to the next stage. And the next stage is the installation of NCC client. Let's return to our software package folder, NCC Control Center, client install, and let's call setup program. English. License exception, acceptment. Well, install now. Client program is a small program. It's only graphic user interface, and installation process is already done. Well, at this point, we have already installed. First, we have installed SQL service with database. Second, we have installed NCC server. And the third step already done is the installation of NCC client. And the last step, the last stage of administration, VIPNet administrator installation, is the installation of KCA, Key and Certification Authority. Let's go to this folder. Let's call setup executable file. Yes. You see that administrator is not a solid program. This program contains of some components, NCC, KCA. Both of them are based on SQL Server database. Well, let's accept the terms of license agreement. Let's install this package. Well, very good. The entire components of administrator software all the entire components are installed, and we can use this computer to create our VIPNet network. Well, let me close those folders. We should start from NCC. This icon points to NCC client. Double click. It will be started. And you should make a first login. For the first login, username, both username and password should be administrator from the large letter. Administrator. Both login, both username and password. Administrator. System automatically tells us that we should change our default password. At the first line, we should specify the default password, administrator, from the large letter, from the caption, please, administrator. And let us use a simple password, 8 ones. Please, in our course, in your activities while learning, please use simple passwords, because if you use strong password and remember and forget this strong password, you should reinstall the entire software packages, because in our software, it's impossible to recall password. There is no way to restore password. Please do not forget your passwords. So while learning, please use the simple password, 8 ones. 8 ones, because 8 is the minimal length of the password in VIPNet. 8 ones. Let's use such a simple password. Well, after the logging in, we should specify a license file. Let's browse it. It is not needed to copy this file from network drive. We can specify it from the network drive immediately. You see that your network number in decimal form is the following. Your license will expire at 12th of June this year, and the largest version of administrator is 4.9. We will use the most modern version of administrator. Its number is 4.6.9. So it's possible to use this version with our license file. Let's continue. And system becomes ready to construct our new network. We can use some special wizard for semi-automatic creation process, but let's configure network structure manually from the 0 point. Let's choose the second position manually. And this is the 0.000, you see. We have nothing. At this moment, we have nothing in our network. 0 coordinators, 0 clients, and so on and so on. Well, let's have a look at our task, at our technical requirements. And we should create 2 coordinators with names coordinator, office coordinator, subsidiary. We should create 1, 2, 3, 4 VIPNet clients. First client is admin, the second is admin 2, the third is user 1, and the fourth is user 2. Well, let's create the couple of our nodes in our network. Let's start from coordinators. Tab coordinators plus, and let's call our coordinator as coordinator office. This is a fully functional coordinator, so it functions as an VPN server. If you prepare X-Firewall node, X-Firewall, for X-Firewall, you should use this position. But in our network, there are no X-Firewalls, so in all cases, in our tasks, let's use the first position for the coordinators. You see that system will automatically create a user with the same name as the name of the host. It's very helpful mechanics. And in our case, one-to-one correspondence is realized. One user, one computer. So let our users have the same names as computers, as nodes. Coordinator office function as VPN server, automatically create user with the same name. Create. Create. Let's create the second coordinator. You see that this is only structure planning. Structure planning. The host deployment will be realized later. It's only preparation of structure. Well, plus coordinator subsidiary. Coordinator subsidiary with the user with the same name. Create. Coordinators are added. Well, let's configure them. Let's configure them. Double click on one of them. And you know that cross-server channel is a required feature if your network contains of more than one coordinator. We have two coordinators, so they should be interconnected with cross-server channel. It is a special channel for the control message passing between the coordinators. Well, cross-server channels, add, and let's point to other coordinator. And now our two coordinators are interconnected by means of cross-server channel. Well, let's go to tunneling position and let's plan that our coordinator office, if it is used as a tunneling device, as a VPN gateway, 5 tunnel connections should be provided. Okay. Okay. And coordinator sub, double click. You see that cross-server channel is already organized, but tunneling should be specified. Let's go to tunneling, 5. Okay. Coordinated are created and configured. You see that there's a special message, warning message with red font, that host links and keys should be created. It's a very, very important step, but we will create host links and keys later, after all the network structure is prepared. Coordinators are added. Well, let's go to clients position. Clients plus first client is administrator machine, is the chief administrator machine. On this machine, the server network control center server should be placed. Well, let us call this machine admin, and while adding a new client machine, do not forget to specify coordinator, because coordinator controls the clients and interacts with other coordinators. So you see that create button is not accessible now because we have not specified coordinator for this client. Do not forget to specify a coordinator for each client. Coordinator, choose coordinator office. Choose. Well, and let's automatically create user with the same name. Create. Well, let's have a look at our technical requirements. Well, admin 2, user 1, user 2. Very good. Let's proceed. Admin is prepared. Let's prepare admin 1 machine, admin 2 machine. Admin 2 with the same user. Coordinator, center office. Create. Then let's create 2 user clients, user 1 and user 2. And we can see that user 1 works in Office, and user 2 should be working in subsidiary. So user 1 client will be controlled by coordinator Office, and user 2 client will be coordinated by coordinator subsidiary. Very good. Plus user 1 coordinator Office. Create. And user 2 should be controlled by coordinator subsidiary. We can rename our hosts. For example, in my case, coordinator subsidiary is called coordinator sub. Well, in our technical requirement, it should be called coordinator subsidiary. Well, subsidiary. Let's rename it. It's a very simple process. If we are renaming a host with only one user, the system asks new VIPNet name will be assigned to this user. If we answer yes, the system will automatically rename the correspondent user. Well, let it be. Clients are created, coordinators are created, and now we should create users. But you know that during hosts edition, we have already automatically created users with the same names. So, in fact, there is no need to create user, because user creation stage it was already done while clients and coordinators edition. So we have 2 coordinators, we have 4 clients, and we have 6 users. each network node, each VIPNet host should have at least one user. It's impossible to have a host without people, without person. And it's impossible to have a person without computer. Do not forget about it. Well, let's create links between our users. According to our technical requirement, we should prepare two node groups, you see, node group central office and node group subsidiary. Well, and the matrix of links is placed in table 1. Coordinator office should be connected, should be linked with all the users except user 2. Well, let's realize such a requirement. Let's realize it. Let's create two host groups, VIPNet host groups, plus central office. Let's configure it during creation. Let's fill this group with the hosts in central office. Admin 2, coordinator office, and user 1. Okay. Host group is prepared. Let's prepare one more group. Host group subsidiary. In subsidiary group, there are only two hosts, coordinator subsidiary and user 2. Okay. And now let's realize links between users. Coordinator office, according to our technical requirements, coordinator office should be connected, user coordinator office. Be careful, not the host, user. User coordinator office should be connected with admin 2, user 1, coordinator subsidiary. Here it is. Users, then let's press tab link with the users, this tab link with the users, add links with the users, and let's choose users for linking. Admin 2, coordinator subsidiary, user 1. You can see that while creation the links between users, it's possible to organize links between hosts. Do not clear this flag. This option should already be selected in all cases. Please do not turn it off. It's very essential. Well, add. Let's proceed. Admin, according to our technical requirement, admin should be connected to coordinator office and admin 2. Very good. Admin user. Admin user. Links with the users. Let's link it with coordinator office already linked at previous stage. Let's make a link with admin 2. Okay. Next string in our table, admin 2 should be connected with coordinator office and admin. It is already realized. already realized. User one should be connected with coordinator office and user 2. Well, let's realize it. User 1 links with the users. Link with the users. Coordinator link already ready. And user 2. So our user 1 is now linked with coordinator office and user 2 as it is required in table 1 in our document. Well, coordinator subsidiary user should be connected with coordinator office and user 2. And user 2, very good, coordinator office. User, sorry, coordinator subsidiary office and user 2. Coordinator subsidiary user links with the user, coordinator office, add, link with the user, user 2. Okay. And user 2 should be connected with admin, user 1, and coordinator subsidiary. Let's check. User 2 connected with subsidiary, user 1, and admin. It seems that there is a mistake in table 1. You see that user 2, according to the last row, is connected to the admin entity, and according to the second string, to the second row, admin is not connected to user 2. This is a mistake. Please be careful. This is a mistake. It seems that admin should be connected with user 2 according to this asterisk. Well, let's connect. Everything is in our hands. Well, let's connect. Okay. Well, let's check the situation. Admin 2, user 2, coordinator office. Well, admin coordinator office, user 2. This link is not reflected in table, but it should be realized according to the last row. Do you understand me? Please answer my question. Do you understand that there should be an asterisk in this position? Is it clear? Please answer me. Is it clear? Well, do you hear me? Well, well, very good. Some mistake in document. It's normal situation. Well, user 2 should have a connection with admin. Very good. Let's check this link. Well, yes, okay. Admin 2, let's check links. Admin coordinator office. Admin 2, coordinator office, and admin. Very good. User 1, coordinator office, user 2. Well, user 1, coordinator office, user 2. Very good. Coordinator office links with everything except user 2. Coordinator subsidiary link with coordinator office and user 2. Well, coordinator office, user 2. Very good. Well, links are created links between users and hosts. And now we should create host links and keys. Host links and keys. Press this button and create host links. System tells that everything should be created on all hosts. Everything about host links and keys. Well, let's create the desired information for the entire list. This button allows to create such a data. Well, host links are created. In your task, it's possible to store some data, some information about network structure in HTML form. Let's save this information on our desktop. My network, save the network structure report as a file. Well, let's save it as a file. Let's choose desktop. By default, it will be organized in XML form. Let's choose HTML form and let's assign a name, WSNet. Well, and our NCC client constructs HTML description for our network. Let's open it, right-click. Do not use Internet Explorer, please. Do not use Internet Explorer. Use some other browser. For example, our virtual machine is supplied with Google Chrome. Well, let's open with Google Chrome. You see that this is the structure of the network in HTML form. You can expand all the points and you will see the entire information about our coordinators, users, roles, and so on and so on. Very good, very good. Let's proceed. Well, let's proceed, but let's have a look at our task in detail. Well, connects him to medium permissions. Well. By default, our users will have maximum permissions. But you see, in our task, it is needed to realize median permissions. Very good, very good. Let's reconstruct with median permissions. Very good. Let's go to clients, user 1 client, double click. Let's open a list of network of host roles and double click on VIPNet client. Client user 1, VIPNet host roles, and double click VPN client, double click. You see that default permissions are maximum. Let's set to medium or average. In this version, average. Okay. And the same operation we should repeat for the user 2 client. User 2 client, VIPNet host roles, double click on VPN client and set average permissions. Very good, very good. Everything can be realized as we wish, but the initial point is the structure of the network in our requirements, technical requirements. You see that because our structure, our network structure has been changed, we should refresh our host links and keys information. Very good, very good. Let's refresh our host links. System shows that only 2 nodes needs to be refreshed. Very good. User 1 and user 2. Let's create host links for them. And now the network is ready to produce key infrastructure, encryption key infrastructure. You should know that NCC Network Control Center does not work with cryptography. It is a tool only for the structure creation, not more, structure creation. And now let's call our key and certification authority. After the host link creation, let's start KCA. This is the first run. This is the first calling of KCA, and the system starts from some special wizard. This step will be done only once at the first time. Next, next. And now we should have some random numbers. Random numbers. To produce random number, by default, it is used special biometric random number generator. It is called digital roulette. You can move your mouse pointer, you can press keyboard, but please, on this step, during this first step, do not press keyboard, only deal with mouse. If you use keyboard, it's possible to clear this field. If you cleared this field and fulfilled it with your keyboard enter, please restore this information. In this first row, the name WinNCC SQL should be specified. Dot is equal to localhost. WinNCC SQL is the name of the SQL Server instance. VIPNet administrator is the database name created by Network Control Center. Next. Well, because NCC is running from Windows authentication system, let's start this program with SQL Server authentication. There are KCA user with password number 1. This user is already registered, so you do not need to change this information. Password is number 1. Let me write it down. This is the password for the KCA user. You do not need to specify this information because it is already placed here. Well, this is the information. You should specify some name, John Smith, and so on. Let's leave these fields at their default values. From the technical point of view, there is no difference between names and so on. This information will be reflected in certificates. But from the technical position, it is not difference between name John or Paul and so on. So let's leave these fields at their initial values. Organization, because in license file, Russian letters were used. Let's clear this field and let's write down using only English letters something. For example, WorldSkills, VPN, for example. It is not essential from the technical point of view, but from the loyal point of view, it's very essential because this information will be reflected in certificates. Well, next. This is the settings for the public key cryptography. Let's leave it in default values. We have no external devices. There are some special authentication devices, but in our case, we do not use them. So our information will be stored in file system, in our local file system. This is the lifetime for our certificates, default value, and
Can you move the small window to a left, because there's a box in front of it we cannot see. Thank you.
Well. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, and this feature should be used if you want to organize your own certificate authority for some public use. Because we are constructing our internal network, we do not need to activate this option. Well, let's go further. After 15 minutes of inactivity, our KCA program will go to so-called automatic mode. Well, let it be. And this is the tasks which will be performed automatically in this automatic mode. Let's leave these options in default positions. And this screen is very, very essential. Please be careful. Be careful while setting up your KCA. By default, system generates random passwords from some vocabulary. It is difficult to brute force such a passwords, but it is very simple to be forgotten. Please use simple passwords without any random values. Choose this option, user-defined password. It's very essential. Please be careful. We have no mechanics for password recalling and so on. It is not a Windows. It's a very serious certificated cryptographic system. If you forgot your password, you should reinstall this software. It's very essential. Well, let our passwords be user-defined, and let us save information with passwords in our network drive, our shared folders. Let's save to our shared folder. We have shared folder, and let's prepare some folder inside this shared folder for our network key information. Let me do it using File Explorer. File Explorer, my share. Let me create folder with name, for example, WS net, and I'll store the entire information from network from our VIPNet administrator in this shared folder. Very good. WSNet, okay. user-defined password and the storage with password data, our network resource. Next. And now let's specify the password for the KCA administrator. Let it be the same as in NCC case, 8 ones. Please do not specify strong passwords. If you forget it, you should reinstall the entire software. Be careful, please. 1111 1111. 8 ones. Well, 8 ones. Well, very good. Next. Next. And this is the last step. If you press next, it's impossible to go back. This is the last position. Only in this position you can go back. If you press next, it's impossible to go back. Well, our KCA is correctly set up. After the first time wizard, our system shows the users of our network, the hosts of our network, the host groups of our network, and so on and so on. Everything data about the structure of the network is reflected here. Everything is reflected here. Well, let's set up some parameters. We have 3 host groups. 2 of them are made by ourselves. This is central office and subsidiary groups. And you see that there is a special group, entire VIPNet network. This group cannot be managed. We can't delete or add nodes to this group. In this group, the entire host amount is placed. Well, let's set administrator password for the entire host group. You see that your KCA has already constructed the password using passphrase. Passphrase looks funny, wrapped Bakun looks funny, and this funny sound helps to memorize your passphrase. We use simple password, so let's change password type to user-defined position, and let this password be, for example, 8 nines. 8 nines. This password is valid for 1 year. You see, this is the password 8 nines. And this password can be used on each host in our network to log in administrative mode. There is a special administrative or administrator mode, and to, for example, in coordinator, for example, you can in Linux coordinator, for example, if you do not know this administrator password, you couldn't set up any parameter, set up any filter, for example, network filter for traffic. Do not forget this administrator password, and this password should be known only for network administrators. Do not tell ordinary users ordinary users this information. This information is only for network administrators. Well, this is the entire network password. Let's assign passwords for central office group and subsidiary host group. Well, administrator password, it is empty. It is not specified now. Let's specify it. Let's for the central office. Let's for the central office, let's use password 8 fives, for example, 8 fives. This is the administrator password for central office, 8 fives, and for subsidiary 8 sevens. 8 sevens. Let them be. Central office administrator create password user defined 8 fives. 8 fives for central office, and you see that this password is valid only for 30 days. Be careful, be careful. Okay, okay. Subsidiary administrator password. This password will be 8 sevens. 7777 7777. Well, close. Let's check our data. Administrator 8 nines. Very good. Central office administrator password 8 fives. And subsidiary administrator password for this host group is 8 sevens. Very well. Very well. Let's set up the storage for the distribution key distribution set files, DST files, and let our system place DST files in the same network folder. Tools, options, key sets. By default, the system will place these files in this folder. It's hard to go to such a deep position. Let's simplify the situation. Let's store this key sets on our share WSNet. And now our KCA will generate DST files in this position. Okay, okay. Well, and now let's, according to our technical requirements, let's turn off digital signature keys creation. You see that by default, signature keys creation is activated, so digital signatures will be created. Let's turn off this option. Control A will select the entire amount. Control A, right click at users, be careful, users, Control A, right click, user keys, and let's turn off this option. So you see that signature keys won't be created while distribution key set generation. Well, everything is ready, and final stage for the first time. Administrators' password are set up, users' digital signature is off. Well, everything is ready. Go to VIPNet hosts, right click, select the entire amount, Control A, right click on selected area and choose an option, create new key set, And now we should specify password for each user in our network. And let these passwords be the same, 8 ones, 8 ones. Please be careful, 8 ones. There is some small life hack. Well, life hack. In this, at this step, it's possible to use clipboard to fill these fields. But immediately it's impossible. For example, it's impossible to use clipboard, you see. These options are disabled, but it's possible to use clipboard outside the administrator, to fill the clipboard outside the administrator. Let's use this search field. Let's specify 8 ones here. Let's copy or cut from this position. Let's copy. And now these information can be pasted here. Eight ones in all cases. Eight ones in all cases. Well, and now you see that in our share folder, there are some files with XPS graphic forms. If we double click on it, we see that this is some information to be printed and given to each user in our VIPNet network. Moreover, there are a couple of folders. For example, admin folder 1, admin folder 2. What does it mean? First admin. This is the name of the host. Second admin placed inside. This is the name of the user. In our case, you know, we have automatically created users with the same names of the hosts. So in our case, in folder admin, there is a folder admin. In folder, for example, coordinator subsidiary, folder coordinator subsidiary. It is normal situation. If our host has 2 or more users, for each user, KCA creates the correspondent subfolder. And if we go deeper, we can see that at the end of this tree, at the leaf of this tree, there is a DST file. This is distribution key set file. This file contains the entire information for the user admin 2 on host admin 2. And this file should be passed to the user admin 2 in a secret form. For example, with a special person, with a special security officer. It is essential because in this information, there are encryption keys. You see, NCC, Network Control Center, produces structure. KCA produces encryption key infrastructure. And both data are placed in DST files. To deploy client, coordinate, and so on, you need a couple of DST files. Without these DST files, it's impossible to start any VIPNet software. Please take it into opinion. Be careful. Well, now everything is ready to install, to deploy our clients and coordinators. And let's have a break for 10 minutes. Questions, please. Questions, please. Well, let's have a break. Let's have a break and let's, in 10 minutes, let's proceed. Well, well, let's proceed. Let's proceed. Do you hear me? Do you see the desktop sharing? Very well, let's proceed. And now we are ready to install and to deploy our network nodes. We have software needed to do this step, and we have distribution key set information, DST files. You should remember that you should prepare DST files. Without DST file, it's impossible to start your VIPNet software, both coordinators and clients and so on. But let's start from the network configuration. From the network configuration, you know that VIPNet is an overlay network. It is based on IP parameters. So IP parameters should be specified correctly before VIPNet installation. Let me specify information about IP parameters on each my computer, which should be connected to VIPNet. Right control and home will open the context menu of our virtual machine. Let's check. Does our machine connected to correct network? Network settings. And we should see that our adapter 1 is connected to central office network. Very good. Very good. Moreover, using this combination, right control and home, we can change a view. For example, if I specify, for example, scaled mode, my virtual machine will be switched to windowed mode. Sometimes it's very useful to work in a team. Well, let me use such a presentation of virtual machine. I don't see chat. Black box. Wow. Dear colleagues, please answer me. Do you see my virtual machine? Do you see it or not? Answer, please, in chat. Do you see my virtual machine? Well, very good. Well, and now let's specify the IP parameters. This is an applet. The simplest way is the following. Left click on this applet, left click, and network and internet settings for Windows 10. Then change adapter options. Left click here. You see your network connection, double click on it, and then choose properties. There are more ways to retrieve this window. The simplest for me is just shown. Double click on IP virtual version 4. Double click. Now the system is targeted to use some DHCP server in our network. In our network, there is no DHCP server. So we will use static IP addresses for all cases. This is the administrator machine, and let its IP address be 192.168.1 and 2. Subnet mask will be default for the prefix 24. The subnet mask is 24 ones and 8 zeros. Gateway 192.168.1.1. This address we will assign to the correspondent interface for the coordinator machine. We do not need DNS server because we will use only IP addresses for our network nodes. No domain names, no DNS server. Well, let's check our configuration. Okay, and close. Well, network is configured from the IP point of view. And now let's set up VIPNet client on this host. Let me maximize the window. Well, not correct decision. Let me choose the other mode. View, full screen mode. Well, IP is configured. And now I can set up my VIPNet client on this machine. Share folder, VIPNet client, and software subfolder should be copied to your desktop or some other local folder in your local virtual machine file system. Well, software, double click, and this executable should be called double click. VIPNet client process installation starts. We should accept that we have carefully read and accept our license agreement. And now please be careful. Very important stage. In your tasks on real competition, it's possible that you should use business mail software. In English client, this software is not chosen by default. You should go to components and option, open this list, and you should specify business mail. VIPNet business mail by default won't be set up for English client. Be careful, please. While client installation, well, let me show once more. This situation. Start the setup process. Start. Yes. It's very essential. If you do not choose this feature, business mail will be disabled. You should agree to the terms and phrases of the license agreement. Press this button. It's essential. It's required. Components and options. Press this button. Choose flag near VIPNet client. Triangle near VIPNet client, and turn on VIPNet business mail installation. By default, it is turned off. Be careful, please. Well, everything is okay. And let's install VIPNet client software. VIPNet client is a software which provides encryption and decryption. NCC client is graphic interface for the network administrator. VIPNet client is for data encryption decryption. NCC client is only for the network structure controlling. Installation process is performing. Well, you see that components are ready to use. Very good. Done. Well, our software is installed, but we should make some additional settings. First required parameters are keys and links. You see that VIPNet client tells you should install the keys. Are you ready to install the keys now? Yes, we are ready. Yes. And by the default, you see that we can use some additional server. It is called rollout center. In our network, there is no rollout center server, and we should specify DST file by different way. Please be careful. We should specify for such a situation a DST file by different way. This way is very simple. We should answer close because we have no such a server in our small network. We should double click on correct DST file using Windows File Explorer. Let's go to our network folder, WSNet. This client, VIPNet client, is for admin node and for admin user. And double click on this DST file. Just double click on it, not more. You see that host is admin, user is admin. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. And we should press install button. VIPNet keys have been installed successfully. Very good. Close. Now our VIPNet client is a part of our VIPNet network. But at this point, just now, there is only one host, this host, not more. So to correct interaction between our VIPNet nodes, we should set up other nodes in our network. Let's do it. Let us start our VIPNet client. Here it is, start button, and choose VIPNet client from the list of installed programs. Well, VIPNet client is starting. Name is admin and password is 8 ones. By default, this version of VIPNet client does not show IP addresses. For ordinary users, it's a normal situation. But now we are working as network administrators. So it's very helpful for us, for network administrators, to see. It's very helpful that let us see network IP addresses for our nodes. Menu, service, options, and this flag should be activated. Okay. And in future we will see our IP addresses for our active network nodes. You see that my node admin is linked with 3 nodes: admin 2, user 2, coordinator office. Why can I see only 3 nodes? Because of our technical requirements. Let's have a look at our technical requirements. Admin should be connected to coordinator office, admin 2, and user 2. According to this position, admin and user 2 should be connected. And you see that this situation is reflected here, Sorry. Is reflected here. And these rows are colored by gray color. Gray color corresponds that there is no information exchange with the target host. And if we choose some host from the list and press this button connection, our system will check the connection between our host, current host, and the destination host, for example, user 2. If we check the connection, system tells that connection is unavailable because there is no such a host. This host is unreachable. We have no such a host at this time. Well, we'll set up all the hosts and we will see the required information in VIPNet clients. Well, let's go setting up other nodes. Let's go to VirtualBox and let's set up our coordinator. Machine VM2 is dedicated to coordinator office. We have already configured network settings. Let's check our settings. Network adapter 1 is connected to internal network center office. Adapter 2 is connected to internal network with name internet. 3, 4 disabled. Shared folders points to our folder with DST files and software needed for installation process. Well, let's start this machine. Well, our virtual machine is starting. It's starting now. And soon we'll see new node in our network. Dear colleagues, we have our time schedule tells that our classes should be ended at 2 p.m. According to Moscow time, but the material is large, so let me spend more time. I think we will end about 4 p.m. Not 2 p.m. but 4 p.m. because the theme is large, and I should tell you one more theme about IDS, intrusion detection system. And it's impossible to tell such amount of data for a small time. So we will end at 4 p.m. Moscow time. Is it clear, dear colleagues? Answer me. We will end at 4 p.m. Not earlier. Well, our virtual machine is started. Let me set up IP parameters. my current view is not suitable for such a task. Let me change a view of virtual machine. In such a presentation, I can see both screens, both virtual machine and host machine at the same time. Well, let me set up IP parameters. Let me set up IP parameters. This is coordinator machine. Be careful. This is coordinator machine. Well, first adapter, our first network adapter, is connected to internal network, our central office network, and its IP parameters should be the following. Its IP address is 192.168.1.1. It's very essential. It's very essential. Please don't make mistakes. Don't make mistakes. This coordinator should be working as a gateway for VIPNet clients in a coordinator central office network. Be careful. Subnet is default. And in this network, be careful, there is no gateway for the coordinator. Is it clear? It's very important. Do not specify default gateway for the internal adapter. Please do not specify default gateway for the internal adapter of the coordinator. It's very, very essential. It's very essential. Well, it's very essential. Let me write it down. Don't specify default gateway IPs. IPs for internal interfaces of coordinators. It's very essential information. Be careful, be careful. It's very essential. Do not specify default gateway IP for internal interfaces of any coordinator. Be careful. So this is the internal interface, and there is no default gateway in this situation. Okay, okay, close. And the other interface, the second Ethernet, is the external interface, and this external interface is connected to our small internet, to our small network named internet. Properties. Let this address be, for example, 20.20.21. Network mask let be with 24th prefix. And this interface needs default gateway. This IP in the third row is the IP of subsidiary coordinator external interface. You see that address 20.20.21 is the external address of our coordinator office, and address 20.20.22 is the address, the external address of our subsidiary coordinator. Please be careful. Be careful. If you make mistake in IP, this mistake will remains in VIPNet, because VIPNet is overlay network. First layer is internet. VIPNet is the second, is the above layer, above the IP. Well, 2020-21 mask 3 times 255, and default gateway is the external interface of our neighbor coordinator. This host is central office coordinator with address 21, and our subsidiary coordinator must have interface with address 2020-22. It's very essential. It is very essential. Well, let's continue. IP addresses are set up, so we should set up and run our VIPNet software. From our share, I'll copy this folder, VIPNet coordinator, but not entire folder. It is not needed to view documentation, but please read the documentation carefully while preparing to real competition. Well, software, double click, coordinator setup, yes. The installation process is very simple. For each window program, it's very simple. You see that client setup uses blue color, and coordinator color during installation and during work is green. Well, it is no need to configure options. For coordinator, you can install it with default values of options. Well, and be careful, one more important remark. For unactivated Windows, there can be some artifacts. Microsoft operating systems have very helpful mechanics. You can refresh the activation of your system. It is not pirate, it is not hacker instrument, it is internal Microsoft instrument. If your system becomes inactivated, you can reactivate it using this command. I'll show it how Windows can be refreshed. Inactivated Windows can be refreshed. This process you can start up to 3 times. 3 times. Well, our coordinator is set up. I should reboot now. In real situation on normally activated Windows, I should reboot now. But I want to show you some helpful method for Windows reactivation. So at this step, I choose reboot later and do the following thing. I should start command prompt in administrator's mode. One of the ways is the following. In search string, I am writing CMD, and I see that window allows me to start command prompt. Right click on this icon, right click, and run as administrator. It is essential. Be careful. You should run command prompt for Windows reactivation as administrator. As administrator. Well, let's start it. Let me set larger font. Well, in administrator mode, you should run such a command: slmgr service license manager. This is the internal tool for Microsoft operating system. It is normal tool. It is not a hack instrument. It's very useful, helpful, and official tool. slmgr /ream. slmgr /ream and enter. You should see that your system is reactivated. It is not the full activation, it is refreshing. It is refreshing, and Windows start working normally after this refreshing. You can read more information about it using Google and so on. It's official mechanics of Microsoft. Well, okay. And now I must restart my computer. Restart. After coordinator setup, you should restart. And after Windows refreshing, you should restart. Well, where is my mouse pointer? Well, it is here. My computer. Well, 90% of CPU utilization. It's hard. Well, student 6 ones. In operating system, 6 ones. In VIPNet, user passwords are 8 ones. Well, student, next. And our coordinator tells that we should set up key information. Well, yes. Coordinator, this version of coordinator does not use rollout center, so we can set up keys using this browse button. Let's go to the our sudo network share, WSNet. This is coordinator office machine, so coordinator office, and the name of the user is the same, coordinator office. And this is our target file with our keys and links for our machine. Coordinator office host, coordinator office user. Everything is correct. Let's install this key file. Well, keys have been installed successfully. Very good, very good. Let's log in. Name is already presented. We should specify password 8 ones. Okay. Okay. Well, our coordinator starts. our coordinator starts, and you see that our coordinator feels working admin's host. Let's test the connection. Connection is successful. Destination host, admin host is reachable. Very good, very good. You see that for coordinators, IP addresses will be shown automatically. But for clients, it is not. It is not. So for VIPNet clients, you should manually go to service options and set this option on. For coordinators, this option is already set to on position. Well, very good, very good. Let's have a look at our first workstation. This is our first workstation. This is VM1 machine for admin. And machine for admin feels coordinator presence. Coordinator office is here. Let's test the connection between them. Let's test the connection. Let me change the view. Right control home, view, full screen mode. Well, you see something is wrong for the administrator node. Let's find where is the problem. View, full screen mode. One more. Oh, this is the target my target presentation of admin host. Well, let's test connection. Coordinator office connection reachable. Everything is okay. It is normally because after setup process there can be some temporary processes, and after all the temporary processes are done, everything becomes okay, and both coordinator and admin are reachable from each other side. Coordinator is reachable from the admin side, and admin is reachable from the coordinator office side. Well, let's test. Everything is okay. And now let me demonstrate that network traffic is really protected, is really encrypted. To demonstrate, I'll download a network analyzer, which is called Wireshark. Let me do it in real time. Do you know such a tool, Wireshark? Does anybody use such a tool in real life? It's very, very helpful mechanics. Well, Wireshark. Let me download Wireshark, Windows 64-bit. I'll download it from host operating system. I'll put the distributive software to the shared folder. And I'll install it, for example, on coordinator machine. Well, VBox, share, and let me paste it here. Well, VM2. This is coordinator. I'll install Wireshark here. This is my Wireshark. Copy to desktop and start installation process. Start installation process. I use default values for all parameters. Well, well, okay, everything is completed with Wireshark installation. This is the installation package. Let me delete this file. Well, and now I start Wireshark. I choose Ethernet connection. You know, Ethernet is our first network adapter connected to internal network center office. Ethernet 2 is our external adapter. It will be used in future soon. And I should specify an adapter for the network traffic capture. I'll be capturing traffic from Ethernet. Well, CMD, and let me ping our administrative host. So you see our VIPNet encrypted traffic. Our Wireshark tells that there is some unknown IP protocol. Unknown because value of protocol field, which is equal to 241, is not standard and it is unknown for Wireshark. Let's have a look at IP header. We see that field protocol is equal to 241. In local area network, VIPNet encryption uses IP to IP encapsulation. What is the data field of our datagram for this case? This is our encrypted datagram. This is our encrypted datagram. And let me demonstrate such a trick. You see that Wireshark is feeling that traffic is unknown. My machine is pinging the neighbor computer, and I won't stop this ping, but I stop network protection. Using client or coordinator, you can temporarily stop your protection. File configurations, disable protection. And disable protection again. On this node, on the node coordinator, now VIPNet is switched off. Ping becomes unreachable, you see. Well, let me turn off VIPNet on the neighbor machine, on machine VM1. This is machine VM1. Let me turn VIPNet off on this machine too. Disable protection. Disable protection. You see that ping continues. You see, ping continues. So ping program does not know nothing about VIPNet. VIPNet is transparent for the applications. Applications does not feel any information about VIPNet. Our driver, our IPLIF driver, will automatically encrypt and decrypt data. And now let's have a look at our Wireshark. Let's have a look at our Wireshark. Well, our sniffer, our network analyzer, Wireshark, now feels ordinary ICMP traffic. It is not encrypted traffic. It is ordinary clear ICMP ping requests type 8 and ping reply type 0. This is the principle of the VIPNet: automatic protection at automatic encryption while sending data and automatic decryption while receiving data from the neighbor host. Because of local area network, our admin, our coordinator office work in the same local area network, and VIPNet uses IP to IP encapsulation. Is it clear? Please answer me. Is it clear? Is this demonstration understandable? It's very important to understand how does VIPNet work. It's very simple for the user. User does not need to know VIPNet is transparent from the user, from the application, and so on and so on. But VIPNet is really works. Look here. Now I am turning on the protection both at the coordinator side. Well, this is coordinator, file, configurations, enable protection. So traffic is stopped because coordinator uses encryption. So it generates encrypted traffic. But at the client side, there is no decryption. So traffic goes off. Well, let me turn on VIPNet on the other side. VIPNet client, configurations, enable protection. Enable protection. Now protection is enabled. Traffic passes. And let's have a look at our Wireshark. Our Wireshark feels some unknown traffic. This is IP to IP encapsulation. While both of the sides, both source and destination, while both of them work in the same local area network, there is IP to IP encapsulation. Encrypted datagram is put into new datagram. And this new datagram then will be transformed to frame and then will be transmitted. Well, let's go further. Now we have two network nodes. Let me stop the capture of traffic. let me stop capture of traffic. Well, oh, no, don't power off the machine. Well, this, quit without saving. Very good. Well, now our network contains two workable nodes, admin node and coordinator center office node. Let's install our software. Let's install our software on other nodes in our network. Well, this is coordinator center office. And now let me deploy this node, coordinator subsidiary. Let me deploy it. Coordinator subsidiary will be placed on machine VM3, the VM3 machine. Well, let me start it. What about operating memory on my host machine? Let me have a look at it. Resources, memory 6 gigabytes. Well, let me start it. Do not change default settings for our virtual machine. For the first machine, our VEPNet administrator will not work if you have less than 2 gigabytes of operating memory. But for clients, for coordinators, you can decrease this parameter. For example, to minimize payload for my host workstation, I'll decrease memory for VM3, slightly decrease it. System, not 2 gigabytes, but only 1.5 gigabytes will be enough for coordinator, but not for administrator. Be careful. For coordinator, it's possible. For administrator, not. Be careful. Well, VM3, let's start. Workstation, a virtual workstation is already configured, so let's start it. If you have questions, please ask me your questions. Write them down. Well, this is coordinator, future coordinator, not now, but in future, it will be coordinator subsidiary. Let me configure the view. Full screen. Well, no. Let me repeat. View. Full screen. Well. Sometimes it is needed to change full screen mode several times in VirtualBox. Be careful. Several times you can choose this first option, and the desktop will be configured like in my situation, in my current situation, while I can see both host start button and virtual machine start button. Well, let me configure IP parameters here. Let me configure IP parameters. Change adapter options. And please be careful. This is subsidiary coordinator. So its first interface Ethernet with name Ethernet is connected to external network. External, be careful, be careful, be careful. In our case, coordinator subsidiary first adapter is connected to the external network. To check it out, let us go to machine, devices, network settings, and let's check the values of these parameters. Adapter 1, internet. Adapter 2, subsidiary network. Be careful, please. It's essential. Well, everything is okay. So this address, the address for the external adapter should be set to this value, this value. Well, this value. IP address, well, my computer. Oh, my computer goes to slow work, Well, the address for this interface should be 20.20.20.2. Subnet is the following, and gateway is the following. It is essential, be careful. External interfaces should have default gateways, but the internal ones should not have default gateways. Be careful, please. Well, this is external interface, so I specify default gateway. Okay. Okay. Our Windows feels that there is a connection. Well, let's configure neighbors interface, Ethernet 2 interface. This interface is connected to internal network, subsidiary network. Be careful. Well, properties, IPv4, IP addresses, and this is our subsidiary network. Let coordinator in this network, let it have such an address 192.168.2.1. Subnet is the following, and do not specify default gateway for internal interfaces for coordinators. Okay. Okay. Close. Very good. And now let's set up our VIPNet coordinator software. Well, let's go to our share coordinator software and software package. Let me copy to desktop. Well, my computer works very slowly, unfortunately. I have only 4 cores in my processor. It's Core i5 processor. Well, some questions. Let me have a look at your questions. Where is your questions? Well, well, you see the payload of our virtual machines very, very hard. You see, this is the load of my CPU on host machine, 99%. It's very, very bad situation. Unfortunately, we should wait. There is no other way. Only 15% is completed. Oh. Well, another type of showing. Yes. Tell us how the competition will be done. What we need to do in the competition. The task will be very similar to the current situation. You should set up about 4 virtual machines, admin machine, a user machine, coordinator machine, and so on and so on. Please watch my movies using link to where is this link? Well, let me publish this link again. Where is it? Please watch these movies. This is the large course about VIPNet products. And I conducted this course during summer of 2020. Please watch these films. Let me publish this URI again in the chat. Well, please have a look at this resource. There are a couple of movies, and I recommend you to watch these movies. And what about the exact task? I don't know. I don't know, because only organizers can give you such an information. But the principles are the similar to current situation. Admin, 2 coordinators, 3 clients, and you should manage these network nodes. Well, I'll set up all the network nodes, and then I'll show the principle of VIPNet management. Well, coordinator machine should be rebooted now. Let me reboot it. And about the exact process of competition, your organizers, Anton Sergeyev, and other WorldSkills team will instruct you about the exact process. But the principles are the similar to the current situation. Well, well, coordinator is installed, and now it should tell us that we must install keys now. Yes, we must browse to our network folder. This is coordinator subsidiary machine, coordinator subsidiary user, and this file is DST file. Close. Password is 8 ones. Password 8 ones. Don't forget it. And our coordinator in few seconds will fill the nodes of the network. Well, our coordinator, subsidiary coordinator, fills coordinator office and not more. Why does coordinator subsidiary is not filling admin? Because there is no link between admin and coordinator subsidiary user. This is the answer. You should remember that if there is a link, there will be protected traffic. No link, no protected traffic. Everything is simple. Link is a possibility for encrypted traffic organization. Link is set up in NCC, and KCA will prepare key information above this link. Everything is simple. Well, And now we should set up our last virtual machine, VM4, and we should set up user2 distributive key set for the last client, for the last virtual machine. It is a very hard situation for my host computer, but unfortunately, we should realize this task. Let me start this machine. I am very afraid of my host computer feeling well. Well, bida. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй, беда. Well,
Excuse me, sir.
well.
Sir, when we are
I hear you. I hear you.
Yes,
well.
sir. Sir, when we are performing these experiments while running the 4 virtual machines, the system is being very much slow. The system is very much slow. So,
Well,
any solution to this type of?
Well, you will have an access with much more faster computer than mine. My computer is slow, but your computers for your real competition will be much more faster than mine. This is the first. And the second is the following. Maybe you do not need to start all 4 workstations. Sometimes it is possible to decide your tasks using 2, 3 virtual machines. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? My computer is hanging.
Dear colleagues, well, our expert has some technical difficulties. Let me explain you how to register to the competition in July. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. You know that this training is a part of preparation process to the online-friendly competition, online-friendly skills game, and it will be in July and August, and especially for enterprise information system security, the competition will start on 28th of July, and it will end on the 31st of July. Each country will be allowed to have one competitor per skill, and of course an expert. The cutoff age is 25 years old, and concerning registration, there are two ways to register. If your country is World Skills Asia member, you should ask your technical delegate to register through the website. You can see the link to the website, and if you are a non-member of World Skills Asia, you need to fill in Excel form and send it to me. I will share all the documents in our chat, in the chat in Zoom, and in the chat in Telegram. So you could see all the documents, the registration form, and the guideline how to register via website. And important information about the deadline. The deadline is the end of June. It's clear? Do you need me to repeat anything?
Clear.
Okay, thank you.
Well, do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, well, I won't start a video because my computer works too slowly. So let's proceed without video translation. Let's proceed. Let me share my screen. Well. Well, let's proceed. Our coordinators are set up. Admin client is set up. And now let's set up user2 computer, which will be connected to the network subsidiary. And we must configure IP address. Do you see my desktop of virtual machine? Please answer me. Do you see desktop of? Well, very good, very good. Thank you. Well, let's set up IP parameters for the last virtual machine, VM4. Well, properties. I've started only 2 machines, coordinator, subsidiary coordinator, and VM4. For now, well, IP4, double click, following address, and let it be 192, 168, 2, and 2, and 2. And default gateway is the IP address of coordinator subsidiary, 192, 168, 2, and 1. Don't make errors while IP configuring. Well, Windows feels that there is network connection. And now let's set up VIPNet client. Let's set up VIPNet client. Share client software, and software folder must be copied to local system, to our virtual machine. It's essential. Please be careful. Do not install software from network drives. And the shared folders from the point of view of virtual machine is the network resource. You should set up our software only from local file system. Well, now only 2 virtual machines are running on my host system. Do not forget to configure your client installation. It is essential for client. Let's configure it. Let's choose components and options. Let's choose VIPNet client. Business mail, it is essential. Do not forget to set this option on. And rollout client can be disabled because we have no rollout server in our network. So rollout client is not usable for our situation. VIPNet monitor and business mail should be installed. Next, install. Install. Let me have a look at chat. More chat. Well, recording on. It is very good. Well, and let me close Google Chrome on desktop, because Google Chrome eats a lot of resources. Let me close it. Well, well, everything is correct, and client should be supplied with distribution key set. Are you ready to install? Yes, we are ready. Because of absence of rollout client, system does not tell us to specify rollout server. In your task, please turn this option about rollout server, turn this option off. But business mail option should be turned on. Be careful, please. Well, browse. Let's go to our folder. This is user to machine, user to user, and this is the target destination, the distribution key set file. Well, install it. Let's install it. Keys have been installed successfully. And in a minute, our client will fill its own coordinator. Control Home, View Full Screen. Well, 8 ones as a password. Okay. Let's close unnecessary windows. Well, let's close all the windows we don't need. And you see that our user to machine feels that subsidiary coordinator is available. Let's turn IP address displaying on service options and this first flag, show IP addresses. It's very helpful for administrators. Let's test the connection. Choose coordinator, press connection. It is reachable, very good. But you know, after the installation, there can be some temporary processes which is needed to be ended. Each reconfiguration, for example, IP address change, needs some time for the system to be reconfigured. Well, and now let's have a look at our coordinator. This is our coordinator. Coordinator, subsidiary. This coordinator should fill new user to host to. Let's have a look at this situation. Well, let me reconfigure my display. Right control and home. Well, I should go into VIPNet. Well, I am in. And let me reconfigure my virtual machine view. Right control home, context menu of virtual machine view, and multiple times choose full screen mode until the view will be correct. For example, right now, this presentation is suitable, and let's use such a configuration. Well, chat. Well, this is my coordinator, subsidiary coordinator. Only 2 virtual machines are running now, VM3 and VM4. And now let me start the other virtual machines and entire VIPNet should be working correctly. I'm afraid of the situation of the start. Well, let's attempt. This is administrator machine. Let it be started. Well, no hanging. No, well, system is reachable. Processor load goes higher, unfortunately. 75 or 91, 92%. This is the administrator machine. Let it be in such a view. This is administrator machine. And now I should start coordinator center office, because this node is between administrator machine and the other machines of our network. This machine should be working. This machine should be working well. System is responding very good, very good. No hangs. During your competitions, your competition process, real competition, you will deal with much more powerful machines. I'm using Intel Core i5 and the second generation. It is not fast machine. Well, well, our coordinator feels some real traffic of network. It is correct. And now let's have a look at its VIPNet window. Well, let me hide chat window. Well, this machine is machine VM2. This is coordinator center office. It feels admin host and coordinator subsidiary. Well, let's have a look at administrator machine VM1. Here it is, VM1 machine. Well, everything is correct. It seems to be okay. And now let's test connection between machine admin and machine user 2. Let's have a test of the connection. The host is reachable. Everything looks good. And my CPU utilization is good too. Very good, very good. It seems all my problems were connected with video translation, it seems. Well, let's proceed. Well, have a look at our current window, the desktop of VM1 machine. Look here. You know that real IP address of machine VM4, this is the machine of user 2. Real IP address of this machine is the following. Let me retrieve this information from command prompt. ipconfig command in Windows. ipconfig. Its real address is 192.168.2.2. This is the real address. But admin node feels that user 2 IP address is the following, 11.0.0.4. What does it mean? It is so-called virtual IP address. Virtual IP address is a unique pseudonym for the some other VIPNet host. Why do we need these addresses? You know that in internal networks, IP addresses should be the same. For example, 10.0.0.1 in one network and 10.0.0.1 in some other network. Those address spaces is dedicated to internal networks. And how do our nodes will reach each other? It's impossible to use real IP address. For such a situation in VIPNet, there is a special mechanics called virtual IP addressing. Virtual IP address is assigned by IP-layer driver, and it eliminates the situation where real IP addresses are the same. Do you understand me? Is it clear? Virtual IP address is a unique pseudonym of some real IP address. Real IP addresses can be the same, but virtual addresses cannot be. Our driver provides the unique values for virtual IP address. And from the other side, let's have a look at machine VM4. Where is it, VM4? Here, here it is. This is VM4. And VM4 machine knows that address of admin node is 11.0.0.2. Let's ping this address. Let's ping this address, ping 11.0.0.2 minus T. And you see that there is a reply. There is a reply for each packet, for each echo request from target host. You should know virtual address is a unique pseudonym of some real address. Real addresses on different hosts can be the same, For example, from internal bulk ranges like 10.0.0.0/8, for example. And virtual address will be unique, It's very important feature of VIPNet. And this process works automatically. We do not need to assign virtual addresses manually. Manually, we can set only the initial range of this bulk. The entire mechanics works automatically. Well, and now let's have a look at Wireshark. What traffic is going through our machine VM. Where is VM2? Here it is. Well, this is machine with Wireshark. This is our coordinator center office. And let's call our sniffer. Let's call our sniffer. Let's call our sniffer. And let's sniff our traffic for the network, internal network in central office. Let's sniff this this traffic at the net. You see that our host feels some unknown traffic. This is UDP encapsulation of VIPNet traffic. And you see that both source port and destination port values are the same, and both of them are equal to 55777. This is UDP encapsulation. And if we have a look inside, we will see that this traffic goes from one point to another point in the same network. For example, this is traffic between our coordinator and administrator host. Inside IP datagram, there is UDP datagram targeted from this port to this port. And inside this UDP datagram, there are some data. These data is datagram encrypted by sender. This is the principle of VIPNet functioning. Is it clear, please? Please tell me, is it clear? Do you understand me? Do you understand the demonstration? Well, let me recall a chat. Thank you very much. Let's proceed. This is the principle of UDP encapsulation. When the source of the traffic and the destination of the traffic are placed in different IP networks, the sender will automatically use UDP encapsulation. And let's have a point of view of some firewall. When firewall takes non-standard IP datagram, it will remove it automatically. But in this situation, it fills UDP datagram. UDP datagram won't be removed automatically because UDP traffic is very important traffic in the internet. It is very important traffic in the internet. So this way is more redundant from the point of view of sender and both sender and destinator view. But in local area network, it is possible to use IP to IP encapsulation. Well, now our VIPNet is constructed. Not all the hosts are deployed because, you know, we plan to deploy admin 2 and user 1 hosts, but according to our task, these hosts are fictive. It is no need to deploy these hosts in real life. We should only mark them in the structure of our network, not more. And now let's decide next task. For example, we should make links. We should make links, for example, for node. This is the node of What is the machine? Is it? This is machine of user 2. This is the machine of user 2. And now let's decide such a task. Let user 2, let he or she see the entire users and computers and their computers in the whole network. So let user 2 be linked with all the users in our network, and let it be realized and then analyzed. Now you see that our user 2 has links with admin user 1 fictive node and coordinator subsidiary. Let he or she be linked with entire amount, with entire number of users in our network. This is the task. How it should be resolved. Let us change some default values of parameters. This process is described in documentation, and the goal is to minimize the interval of polling of my client of my coordinator. By default, this client each 5 minutes asks its own coordinator for control envelopes, each 5 minutes. In real life, it is a normal value, but in our learning situation, it is too long interval for us. Let us decrease this polling interval from 300 seconds to 15 seconds. Let our client, let it ask the coordinator for envelopes, not every 5 minutes, but every 15 seconds. This task should be realized, should be resolved by such a way. First, you should make visible all the folders in your local system. You should call control panel of your computer, and using file and folder options, you should turn on the visibility of hidden folders. File Explorer options, then tab View, and you should set this value, this option to on. Show hidden files, folders, and drives, and then OK. And now we should open configuration file for the transport system of our protected network. This PC, disk C. This is the hidden folder, program data. It is initially hidden, but now it is visible. Program data, double click on it. Then choose Infotext folder. And you see the folder with network and host ID. These digits are the total ID of our device. 4 characters, 4 left characters are network ID, and other 4 characters are the host ID in VIPNet network. The last character is always 0. Double click on this folder, and this file, which is called mftp.xml, this is the configuration file of our transport system, transport envelope system. We should stop this service. Let me go to Windows services, and I should stop VIPNet transport module. let's find this service in the total list of services. It is called VIPNet Transport Module. Here it is. This service should be stopped before editing that configuration file. I'll stop it. It is necessary. Then I should open this XML file for editing. mftp-conf.xml. Right click, edit. And this is the section for my current client and my coordinator. I am user 2. My node is user 2, and my coordinator is coordinator subsidiary. In the current state, my node will retrieve its envelopes each 300 seconds. And I want to set this interval to 15 seconds. Please do not set less values than 15 seconds, because it leads to a large payload for your coordinator. Well, 15 seconds, the polling interval. Save and exit. Do not forget to save this file. And then let's start our transport system. Remember these steps: stop the service, edit that file, save, and then start this service. The same procedure should be performed on our client installed in admin machine. This is admin machine, and I should do the same deals. Well, services, I'll call services. Then I should stop VIPNet transport module. Where is it? Here it is. Right click, stop. Then I should go to program data folder. Is it? Well, it's inaccessible because it is invisible. Let me make it visible. Let me call control panel. Small icons, file explorer options, view, and show all files. And a very, very helpful option is to show extensions. Don't hide the extensions. Well, my VIPNet service is stopped, so I can make changes in transport configuration file. See program data infotext and folder with network ID. mftp-conf XML, right click, edit, and in first section channel, instead of 3000, let us specify 15. Each 15 seconds, my client will ask its coordinator, do you have envelopes for me? If you do, please give me those envelopes. By default, this process will be performed every 5 minutes. For real life, this value is correct value, but for our learning process, this value is too large. Do not forget to start the service. Well, and now let's reconfigure our VIPNet. Structure. I should go to my administrative machine. Where is my administrative machine? Where it is? Where it is? Well, VM1. Here it is. This is VM1 machine, and let me. Well, this is my machine with network control center, and I should perform the following task. I should perform the following task. My password is 8 ones now for the network control center. And now I should link user 2, user 2. I should link this user will the entire number of our VIPNet users. At this moment, this user is connected only with admin, coordinator subsidiary, and user 1. User 1 is a fictive node. There is no such a node in our network. Let's add new links, add links, and let's connect user 2 both with admin 2 and coordinator office 2. Add. You should know that this option should be always set on. Please do not set it off. It's a special situation, very special situation for off state. In all cases, please leave this option active. Well, add, okay. And you see that for nodes admin 2, user 2, and coordinator, both coordinators, we should refresh our host links and keys. Let's do it, because our structure is changed. If the network structure changed, the system tells that you should renew or refresh your host links and keys. Let's do it. Host links and keys. Create host links. System tell us how many hosts need to be refreshed with new variant of host links and keys. Create for the entire list button. Our host links are renewed, and now we should go to KCA, to our Key and Certification Authority. Both NCC and KCA are the parts of VIPNet administrator software. 8 ones is our password. 8 ones is our password. Each time you are logging into KCA, you should prepare some amount of random numbers using this digital roulette. And we see that four items require our attention. We should go to VIPNet hosts, and we see that this, and this nodes needs to be refreshed with key status. Well, let's do this. Let's perform this task. Control A selects the entire list. Control W selects only required positions. at this moment, we can use both of these approaches, either entire list or only required positions. Let's use only required positions. Right-click VIPNet hosts, Control-W, right-click, and look here. This is the most frequently used position while VIPNet reconfiguring. Create keys and move them to NCC. Or Control F. Let's choose this position. Our KCA refreshes the key infrastructure upon the new information about new links and moves this data to Network Control Center. Now we should go back to our NCC. And we see that host links and keys are ready to be sent for destination hosts. Well, let's do this task. Host links and keys. Send host links and keys. And we should send these keys for destination hosts, admin 2, and so on and so on. Let's send the required information to the entire list. The system asks, do you want to send? Yes, sure. And now our host links and keys are sent to destination hosts. And let's observe the process of their processing. Let's go again to the host links and keys button. Let's choose the same position, send host keys and links, host links and keys. And let's turn on this flag, show hosts, where host links and keys have already been sent. And let's observe the status of the control envelopes. First status is sent. Sent, that is, our NCC, our administrative machine, sent the required data, host links and keys, to the destination. For the machine admin 2, host links and keys were sent. If the target confirms, if it confirms that it receives this data, the status become delivered. And finally, the status should be applied or rejected. If everything is correct, the status becomes equal to applied. If something is wrong, the status becomes rejected. We should wait for status accepted or applied, and let's wait for some minutes. Our machine user 2. Let us have a look at machine user 2. Where is it? It's VM4. This is VM4 machine. You see that envelope from a network control center is already processed and successfully processed, and our network node user 2 now can see both coordinator subsidiary and coordinator office. This is the way for VIPNet management. This is the way for VIPNet management. We can observe the status of our transport envelopes using this software, VIPNet Update System. This software, it is included and it is installed while client and coordinator installation. And you can see the update log. You see that at 15:11, our data updated successfully. And now our network node user 2 can pass protected data in addition for the previous situation to admin 2 and user 1 and coordinator office. And you see that coordinator office is represented with virtual addresses. In local network, we can see our neighbor with real address, because in local network, it is impossible to set the same value for different interfaces, the same value of IP address for the different interfaces. Operating system will automatically reject such a configuration. It's impossible in LAN to set the same IPs, impossible. But in different networks, this situation can be realized. Moreover, the situation is a typical situation because some blocks of IP addresses are initially designated to be used as an internal interface, as an internal addresses. And in such a situation, we cannot distinguish IP in our network local and target network because real addresses of networks are the same. To avoid such a situation in VIPNet, there is a subsystem, special functionality, which is known as virtual addresses and virtual addressing. Virtual address is a unique pseudonym. It is really unique. And this pseudonym is dedicated to some real IP address. I do not know the real IP address of the coordinator center office, but I know its virtual addresses, and I can ping these addresses and I will receive an answer. Let it be shown. Ping. Let me test the connection. Well, reachable, everything is okay. Let me ping 11,005. Here it is. This is the reply. And if I use real addresses, I won't see the reply. I know the coordinator center office addresses. This address is the following: 20, 20, 20, and 1. It's impossible to reach this host using real address. In such a situation, I should use virtual address. Virtual address will be automatically reflected to the correspondent host. Well, let's proceed. This is the minimal required information about VIPNet functionality. Minimal. Please analyze these movies, analyze these films about administrator deployment, about client deployment, about the coordinator deployment, about key set, distribution key set creation, and so on, and about VIPNet management. It is very, very essential. It is important. It is necessary to be realized to correctly decide your tasks during competitions. Well, let me have a look at our chat. Where is the chat? This is the chat. Well, do you understand me? Is it clear? Dear colleagues, please answer. Thank you. It is not a complex task. It is neither simpler nor complex. It's an immediate task from the point of view of complexity. But you should train this process. You should install administrator. Do not forget the stages. First stage, you should run setup for NCC server. This setup will automatically set up SQL Server from Microsoft SQL Server Express. After SQL Server Express installation, system goes rebooting, and after reboot, installation of NCC server automatically continues. After the NCC server installation, you should manually install NCC client, Network Control Center client. After the client NCC client installation, you should manually install KCA, Key and Certification Authority. And this is the last component of VIPNet Administrator. After KCE installation, the entire product is installed. During the first run of the NCC, the system requires that you specify new password. First password is administrator login and administrator password from the large letter administrator login, administrator password. This is the first login for NCC. At the first time, you should change this password to some other password. We were using very simple password, 8 ones. In real life, you should use much more stronger passwords. But during learning, please use simple passwords. If you forget such a password, you will need to reinstall the software from initial point. It is very, very serious. Do not forget VIPNet passwords. It's very, very serious. If you forget some VIPNet password, the corresponding software should be reinstalled or reinitialized. It's very essential, and there is no mechanics to retrieve your password from some internal data. It's impossible. If you forget your password, you should reinstall or reinitialize with new DST file your software. Well, after the NCC start, you should specify a license file. License file describes your network, the number of coordinators, the number of clients, roles, and so on, the entire number of features to be realized in your network. After the license supplement of license file deploying, you should create the structure, initial structure of your network. You should add coordinators. Do not forget to organize cross server channels. Do not forget about it. You should add coordinators. Then you should add clients to your network. Then you should add users to your network. In our case, we create both users and hosts at the same time. But this situation sometimes can be unsuitable. And if you turns off such an option, special option, you should separately set up clients and users. In our case, in our task, we will we automatically created both hosts and users. In real life, those processes can be separated. Be careful. Well, coordinators, clients, users, and the last step is user linking. You know that while we are linking to users at the same time, it is possible to realize host linking at the same time. Do not set the correspondent checkbox to value off. Let this flag be always on while construction the structure of the network. Well, our network is formed from the point of view of the structure. After the structure is ready, you should create host links in NCC. When host links are created, you should go to KCA, Key and Certification Authority, and in KCA, you should realize your encryption key infrastructure. You know that by default, our users will be supplied with email keys and certificates. In our task, we set this option to off because each certificate has a lot of fields to be fulfilled. And to decrease our time, to minimize our time, we turned this option off. In real life, this option ordinary is set on because our users can use email signature procedure, for example, digital signature procedure for emails, documents, and so on and so on. Well, after the key infrastructure is constructed, you should issue digital DST files, distribution key set files. Those DST files should be placed in a safe position. It's very essential. These files are very, very secret. They are the most secret information in your network, because in DST file, all the keys for your node and for your person are stored. These files should be passed to user by a secure way, by the safe way possible with special officer possible. Well, using DST file, you can with DST file, you can install clients and coordinators and other types of VPN nodes. And as a result, you will receive working VPN. And if we pass some data from one node to some other node linked with this node, our traffic will be automatically encrypted in sending and decrypted in receiving. This is the principle. If we want to reconstruct our VPN, we should go to NCC. We should change the structure. We should perform new host links. After that, we should refresh our key infrastructure. And from KCA, we should pass key infrastructure to the NCC. And the final step is sending those data from NCC node to the entire nodes in our network. This is the entire process. Well, please train this process, train it. And now, well, simple example, because we have small, small example. This node is node user 2, and I can pass secure SMS to some connected host. For example, to the host admin. Let's select it and let's make chat message. This is instant chat message. And let's go to the target. Where is the target? Here it is. This is the target. And let's, in my network, let me in my network see the situation. Well, my VIPNet client automatically shows that user 2 send me some message. This message is automatically encrypted while sending and decrypted while receiving. Business mail. Let's test business mail system. I can retrieve business mail both from start menu or from VIPNet client. Control home, view, full screen. Let it be. Let me open my VIPNet client. This is user 2. I can prepare business mail. Application, business mail. The correspondent software is starting. Do not forget to set this option to value on while installing VIPNet client. English VIPNet client by default has such an option with value off. Well, very simple system. New email, recipients, and let me choose user 2 as a recipient. Okay, some subject, and send. I can make some attachments and so on. Let me send it. And in some seconds on the target node, I will see new email. You see, this is the information about new email. I can automatically start business mail while mail is received. Well, user 2. This is the email, and this email is encrypted while it is stored in my file system. If I want to read it, I should decrypt it. While opening, this email will be decrypted automatically while opening. But this email is stored in encrypted form. If I want to decrypt it for all users of my computer, I can do such a thing. Right-click, decrypt, and this message will be stored in clear form, in decrypted form. Well. Well, dear colleagues, that's all of my demonstration for basic VIPNet services. Please repeat these steps. Please watch some movies, some films using link given above. Now let's have 10 minutes break and I'll give you new information, about the other product, about VIPNet IDS system. VIPNet IDS system. Is it clear, dear colleagues? Please answer me. In 10 minutes, we'll proceed and about for 1 hour, and I'll tell you about IDS. Thank you, Ahmad. Well, let's proceed in 10 minutes. Well, let's proceed. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Where is chat? Here is chat. Screen share is working. Very good. Very good. Well, do you hear me? Answer, please. And I'll proceed. Well, VIPNet IDS intrusion detection system is a different product. It doesn't need VIPNet administrator, client, and so on. This product is used to inform the administrator of possible attacks for some destination networks. I've stopped all the virtual machines. Let me restore clean snapshot from one of the machines. For example, machine VM4 will be used as a management machine for our IDS system. Let me restore clean state without saving the of the current state. Restore. Let me configure it. The configuration should be the following. Management machine should have an access to the target device, to the IDS, and it should have an access to the internet for license file activation. So, in such a situation, one network adapter, for example, adapter number 1, should be connected to real internet using NAT feature of VirtualBox. The other adapter, the second adapter, should be enabled and attached to some internal network, and I'll give the name for that network, IDS management. IDS management network is the network between this host VM4 and destination IDS host. Adapter 3 off, adapter 4 off. Shared folders should be specified according to our configuration of host system, and the license files should be accessible from that shared folder. In my case, it is home teacher, VBox, share, choose, and auto mount. Okay, 2 adapters. One adapter is connected to the internet, and the other adapter is connected to some network. And in the second network, for the second adapter, IDS management interface should be connected. Okay. I don't know. Let me rename this machine, not VM4, but IDS management manager, IDS manager host. Let it be host. This host will be used as a management machine for IDS device. Then I should have virtual machine. Let me open this machine. Let me find it first. This is IDS virtual machine IDS NS VA virtual appliance, and this file is in open virtualization form. Let it be connected, let it be deployed inside the VirtualBox Manager. To do this situation, to do that task, you should import configuration file, import appliance. You should change the view to the expert mode. Choose the file with OVA form, computer, teacher, word skills. This is the target. This is the file with our virtual appliance of IDS. Open it. Let's rename it. Let's rename it name F2, and let's assign some name, for example, IDS NS3, some shorten name. Then, in all cases, while cloning, while importing configuration, please construct new or generate new MAC addresses. In all cases, while cloning or while importing configuration, please generate new addresses in all cases. Well, that's all. Let's press import button. Virtual machine is deploying now, and in a couple of seconds the process will be done. Let's configure our machine. Press settings for IDS machine. Let's go to System tab, and please set this flag on to value on. Hardware clock in UTC time. Set this option for non-Windows 10 virtual machines. For Windows 10 virtual machine, this option should be set to off. For Windows 10. For other virtual machines, set it to on value. Very good. Next position is network connections. Our IDS in virtual appliance has 4 network adapters. At least one adapter should be used for management, and at least one adapter should be used for packet capturing. Let the first network adapter, let it be used for management. So we should attach it to our internal network with name IDS management. The first network adapter for IDS should be set up to monitoring or management adapter. And the second adapter, let it be used for packet capture. It should be attached to some internal network. Let the name of this network be danger network. And a very important setting. You should set promiscuous mode to allow all. It is very essential step. Do not forget to set promiscuous mode to allow all for the capturing interfaces. Please do not forget it. For the management adapter, this option is not essential. But for the second adapter, for the capturing adapter, it should be set to allow all in promiscuous mode string. Adapter 3, let us connect it to some network, some internal network, which is not used in our stand. Do not turn off this adapter. If you turn it off, your IDS won't start. The system tells that some errors are presented in configuration and the work is impossible. Do not turn off network adapters. Just connect it to some unused internal network. For example, internet. Adapter 3 and adapter 4, let them be connected to unused internal network. For example, internet. Adapter 1, IDS management internal network. Adapter 2, some danger network with possible attacks. And for this interface, promiscuous mode should be set to allow all position. Adapter 3 is connected to some unused network, and the same for the adapter 4. This is the essential network configuration for IDS. USB is not used. Shared folders are not used for this machine. Okay. And let's deploy some attacking machine. I have machine which provides dangerous traffic in network. I cannot give this machine, I cannot give it, but you can construct it by yourself. I will explain the structure of such a machine, and you can deploy such a machine manually by yourselves. This machine is placed. Where is it placed? Here, where it's placed. Well, copy, paste. Well, and let this machine be extracted from this archive file. I'll place it in our virtual machine folder, VBox. Well, is it clear, dear colleagues? Please tell me. Do you understand the process? Answer, please. Do you understand the process? We will have 3 machines. One machine is the center of the system. It is IDS. The second machine is our management host. And the third machine is our attack imitator. Let me plug this machine. Let me add this machine to our environment. This is the machine. Well, do you understand me? Please tell me, do you understand the situation? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Our stand contains of 3 machines: management machine, IDS, and some attacking machine. Attacking machine will produce dangerous traffic. IDS will capture this traffic, and via web interface, it will generate some security events, and administrator administrator using this manager host will monitor, will analyze a situation. Well, this attacking machine should be connected to the correspondent, should be connected to the correspondent network settings, network, adapter 1, only one network adapter is needed for attacker, and let it be connected to our danger network. Well, such a connection. USB is not used, shared folders are not used in our attacker. Okay, this is the entire stand. Management, our analyzer, and some dangerous traffic generator. Not more. Well, let's start from our IDS-NS. Let's start and let's configure this machine. This is the Linux machine. Well, let me go to scaled mode, and let me maximize the window. Well, this is a console for our IDS-NS. The current version is 3.6. Login name is always IDS user, IDS user. This is the login name for system administrator. System administrator works via Linux console. The password, initial password is VIPNet. Enter. And I should change password to some appropriate value. VIPNet 45. Well, incorrect input. IDS user. VIPNet first password. Well, let me write down default and new passwords. Where is my chat? Well, first password for IDS is VIPNet, 6 characters. This is the first password. And the second password must contain not less than 12 characters and must contain letters and digits. I use password. New password is new password. In my case, is this is the current situation. Well, let's proceed. This is the license agreement. In this console, only keyboard is working, mouse does not functioning. I should go to the end of the document after reading, and then let's apply our license. By default, system uses English like a primary language. Well, Accounts. Let's have a look at built-in accounts. Only one account is already realized. It is an account for main or for chief administrator or primary administrator. Primary administrator will initialize this device using management host. Now I am working as an IDS user. This is the system administrator. System administrator uses Linux console. Primary administrator will use web interface. Default password for the primary administrator is VIPNet2. I can change this password either now or later in web interface working as primary administrator. I'll change it later. Using tab and arrow keys, let me go back. And now I should supply network settings for my network interfaces. You see that IDS has 4 interfaces. All the interfaces are twisted pair interfaces, are gigabit Ethernet interfaces. All of them are connected. You see that value yes. And last 2 interfaces, ETH2 and ETH3, are not in use just now. And for our stand, it is the correct situation. First interface will be used as management interface. The second one will be used for traffic capture. The third and the fourth are not in use. Well, let's prepare some IP settings. Some IP settings. By default, you see that management interface has an already assigned IP address 192.168.0.100. Let me change this value for some other value. For some other value, I choose the first interface using arrow keys, enter, and let me change this data for some other value. Interface role is management interface. I can obtain settings from some DHCP server, but in my network, there is no DHCP server, so I'll put the data manually here. This is the default value. Let me use, for example, such a value. For example, default gateway is not needed because this network management network is an internal network and it won't be connected to some other network. Well, let's apply these settings. Let's apply. Settings are applied, they are applying for a while. Well, let's have a look at our interface for packet capture. ETH1, enter. You see that the mode is traffic capture, and it's impossible to assign some IP addresses. You know that this interface works in promiscuous mode. Please read information in Wikipedia or Google or somewhere else about promiscuous mode. What does it mean? In normal mode, in unicast mode, network interface will capture the traffic which is targeted to itself. So MAC address of the frame should be equal to the address of the adapter. Otherwise, the interface will ignore such a frame. In promiscuous mode, interface will capture all the packets, all the frames, without analysis of MAC address. So promiscuous mode allows our interface to capture all the traffic in network. So for the virtual machine, it's essential to set this mode in virtualization environment. It's very, very important. In other case, you won't capture any traffic. Well, our mode is traffic capture. Well, two interfaces, ETH2 and ETH3, are not used in our system. They are up, but they are not used, you see, not in use. It corresponds for our task. Do not apply settings. Let's go further. Date and time. Now the system works using UTC. Let's correct this data according to our time zone. Our time zone is UTC +3. Moscow time zone is UTC +3. First, you should specify a region, Europe, Asia, and so on and so on. For example, Europe, Russia, and time zone. Moscow area, it corresponds to UTC +3. UTC +3. After those settings, let's apply them and let's go back. Let's go back configuring our device. Language, English and Russian are supported. Let's use English for configuration. VIPNet IDS MC. It is possible to use Management Center for IDS. If you have only 1, 2, 3, or 5 IDSs, you do not need such a management center. But if the amount of IDS is about 100, 200, and so on, the management center is very, very helpful device. This is one point. And from this one point, you can manage the entire couple of your IDS devices. We have no IDS MC in our stand, so let's go configuring other parameters. Certificates. You can perform certificate production now. If you have USB device, you can connect it to IDS and certificates will be saved on the target device. In our situation, we do not need certificates at this time. We'll use them later via web interface. It is possible to download certificates via web interface. Next position, and this is the last position, is backup and restore. If you have already captured some data from the network, your internal database can be backed up on some USB device. We have no such data, so let's go back. And this is the end with console configuration. We can go to Linux, we can stay there, it is not essential. Our IDS system is already working. And the next user, the next role of administrator for the management of IDS is our primary administrator. Primary administrator should use web interface for IDS configuration. Let's go to our IDS manager host. Here it is. It is already configured. Please note, please, this machine should be connected both to the internet and to the managed host. To the internet, we are connected using NAT procedure of VirtualBox. Let me demonstrate it again. Look here. First network adapter is connected using NAT procedure to the internet. The second one is connected to our internal network, IDS management. And the first interface of IDS device is connected to this IDS management network too. Shared folders is required here because we should supply license file, and we should supply our IDS with a new rule database. Well, everything is configured. Let's start our manager host. This is our Windows virtual machine. Please do not use Internet Explorer for the web interface. Google, Firefox, Chromium, and so on. Old VIPNet Explorer works incorrectly. Student 6.1. Well. Very good. Our Windows tells that there is a network connection. Yes, it is correct. Let's configure IP for our manager host. Change adapter options. First network adapter is connected to the internet using NAT of the VirtualBox environment. Don't change the settings of it. But the second interface we should configure for the IDS traffic for the traffic with IDS device. Double click on this interface, and we should assign this interface some IP address from the same IP network as it is set inside the IDS. You remember that IDS address is 192.168.100.100, and let this host have such an address 192.168.100, and for example 10. For example, subnet mask should correspond the subnet mask in the IDS. Gateway is not needed because this is our isolated internal network. Well, okay. Close. Let's test the connection. Let's ping our IP of IDS, CMD, and let's ping 192.168.100 and 100. Well, destination host replies for each ICMP package, echo package, and we can go to the next step. And the next step is to reach the web interface of our IDS network device. Let's start browser. And let's specify the address of IDS management interface, 192.168, 100, and 100. Enter. System tells that the certificate of the destination website, our IDS has an internal website, management website, and the certificate of that site is self-signed. It is self-signed. It has not trusted signature of some trusted certification authority. In common life, it is a dangerous situation, but we know that target site is normal site, is a site which is included in our IDS device. So we should answer advanced and we should proceed to such an address. System tells that this is unsafe. Later, we will download certificate from our IDS, and this certificate will be installed in our operating system, and our browser will hide this message. Account name. Account name is admin, and password is VIPNet. First password is VIPNet in all cases, both for IDS user and for administrator. VIPNet, and system tells that we should change our default password. You see the requirements for the password, at least 12 characters, both letters and digits should be specified. Well, let's use such a password. VIPNet 45. VIPNet 45. For all cases, this is our value, and this is the confirmation of our value. VIPNet 45. VIPNet 45. Well, let's change the password. Our password has been changed successfully, and system tells we should specify license file. We should load the license into our device. Without license, it is impossible to use this device. Well, we have special file, and we can use this file. Well, host system. I should go to the host system and copy this license file to our shared directory, shared folder. Well, where it is? Let me find it. We both no. About skills here. Here it is. Look, this is the XML file with license. This file we should use to have an access for the updates for our IDS. We should specify this login and this password to have an access for new rules. But first, we should pass this XML file to our device. Let it be right click. Well, I'll pass the entire folder. Right click, copy. VBox, share. Well, here it is. Let it be placed here. Well, let's return back to our management host. Here it is. And let's specify the license file. Load. And let's search this license file. This license file is placed in our shared folder, in folder IDSNS. This is file. You see that extension is ITC LIC. Open and load. If everything is correct, you will see license agreement. Carefully read of this text. Check this box and you should accept the license agreement. The next step is license activation. There are two ways for license activation. First way is an automatically activation via internet. We will use this first simple way. But it is possible that your computer is not connected to the internet. In such a case, you should generate special request test. You should save this text to file. Then this file should be attached to letter, to email, and this letter you should send to this address, rigreg@infotex.biz. Our registration bot will process this file and you will receive an answer. In this answer letter, you will see activation code, and this activation code should be placed there. This is the second way, using email. But our computer, our management host, is already connected to the internet, so we can activate this license automatically via internet. Let's press this button. Well, everything is okay, and our license has been activated. Very good, very good. Let's go to the next step. And next step is to load rule database. Our IDS uses two ways to extract bad or dangerous network information. First way is to use some signatures of malware, of dangerous network packages, and those rules are prepared by our engineers, of company of Infotex, and you should use special login name and password to have an access to this rule. Moreover, there is one more rules. These rules are dedicated to malware detection in files, and these rules will be applied to HTTP and FTP packages containing some internal files. If HTTP message or FTP message contains some file, our system will check this file and compare its contents with signatures stored in this database. So you have two databases, two kind of rules. First kind of rules should be applied to each network datagram, and these rules should be applied to files which are transmitted using HTTP or FTP. Well, let's load this data. Let's load them. It is possible from our site here. Well, let me have an access. IDSNS PDF. Well, this PDF file with part of name creds contains your login and password. Let's open it in our browser. Let's open it. For example, in Google Chrome. Well, well, let's open it here. And let's go to our activations, our update server. Update server has the name update IDS dot infotex.ru. Enter. And now I should specify login and password from this document. It is possible to use copy-paste procedure, but please be careful. Be careful while copy-paste procedure. Check your input while copy-pasting. Well, I suggest to use some additional source. For example, this string, this search string of the Windows, I use it for copy-pasting. Because copy-pasting from PDF is a dangerous procedure. It's possible to select some special symbols. Well, copy, and then paste as a password. Paste and log on. Well, the system, the R update server, analyzes login name, analyzes password. It understands that this login name is corresponded to IDS user, and here a lot of files for different IDS versions. Today is 23rd of April. You see, the date of rules database is 22nd of April, yesterday. Very good. Let's download this file. Let's download it. Let's select it and use this arrow. Our system downloads rules and places it in downloads folder on your Windows, if you use Windows. This is the first amount of rules for network data. But you should download one more file. This file contains rule for HTTP and FTP packages containing some files. Select this update and download this update. Please note, you should download two files. Large file is the network rules and small file is file rules. These rules will be used in file analysis, while HTTP and FTP file passing through the IDS, through the network, which is analyzed by IDS. Well, both of updates are downloaded. Let's proceed. Let's pass this data inside our IDS. You need to install the rule database. Very good. Let's load rule database. Load it. Choose file. And let's go to downloads folder. This is rules file. Rules, load. You see the progress of rules loading. Well, let's load malware detection. Let's load malware detection. Well, I specified different version. Well, sure. Be careful, please. My IDS is of version 3.6. You see, this is the version of my IDS. But there is one more version. The topmost name is dedicated to 3.7 version. It is not the certified version, but version 3.6 is certified. in Russian Federation. I should download the correct version. It's very essential. It's very essential. Be careful, please. Well, let's pass this file into our IDS. Load rule database. Version 3.6. This is the correct version for our IDS. Load. Be careful because our IDS update site is dedicated to all the versions of our IDSs. Well, data loaded. And then let's load our malware database, malware rules. File should contain name, file with malware rules should contain keyword malware. It is important. Well, my computer, oh, well, my computer goes working slowly. Malware, open, load. Data are processing, data are in process. You see that CPU is load very high, very high. Well, you see that rules database, the main database, the rule database is loaded successfully. The next update is loaded successfully too, and now our machine starts self-test procedure. You see that self-test is in progress. System is checking all the checksums for all the rules in updates. This step takes up to 5 minutes. Well, let me have a look at chat. Where is my chat? Well, no questions. Well, let's wait this process to be finished, and after that we'll proceed with IDS work. With IDS work. Well, our system is self-testing, and for about in 2 or 3 minutes, it will be ready for work. for data analysis. Well, you see, self-test is passed correctly, and system is starting the network sensor. Our network sensor is connected to the network with the name Danger Network. Now, there are no any events in our system. While our sensor is starting, have a look at our categories of security events. We distinguish four categories, four kinds of events. Priority one is correspondent to the highest priority, red alert. Red alert is high. It's a very dangerous event. Priority one. Priority two, yellow alert, is correspondent to medium dangerous events. And low dangerous events are marked with green color. Priority for this group of events is 3. And the lowest priority, priority 4, is for some information, some acknowledgements, and so on and so on. By default, user rule has priority 4. Well, system is ready, and let's have a look. How does it work? You see, you see that our CPU is loaded at 20%. Nothing is performing now, but CPU load is not a 0 because our IDS continuously checks its own environment. And if some dangerous situation appears inside the IDS, the system will find such a situation. System is system is testing itself every time, continuously. So CPU load is about 20% at the idle state. You see, traffic is 0, but CPU load is 23%. Well, let's have a look at our interface. This is dashboard. This is the monitoring table. This is monitoring screen. And we see the entire situation. CPU load, total amount, and so on. This tab events goes inside the database with dangerous packages captured by our device. Now we have no dangerous datagrams, so this this database is empty. And in few minutes, I'll start attacking machine, and you will see here a lot of dangerous datagrams information. Reports. Our administrator can construct some report for usage, or can use already prepared report. There is a report for general usage. For example, events over time, event severity, file hash sums, source IP addresses, destination addresses, some typical specimens which are in interest of administrator. You can construct your own. You can construct your own report. Let me go up. You can construct your own report. This is summary, and you can construct your own report by adding new report. For example, report 1. You can share this report with other users of the device. And for example, let's add for our report, for example, what kind of event? Well, for example, source countries. Well, source countries. Because our IDS contains geo IP database, and it is possible to retrieve country information of source IP addresses. Well, let it be, for example, bar graph. Let's see table near this datagram, and let's add this widget to our report. Our database of events is clear now, but in few minutes it will be filled with some data. Network environment. This is the attributes of network data. Network where attacks may come from. Any special variable, any, contains every IP address in the world without any exclusions. Protected network. This is our private networks, and our target is to protect networks with these addresses. We can expand some additional data, for example, some FTP and some TCP and UDP ports. Analysis methods. By default, we ignore encrypted VIPNet traffic because in our encrypted datagrams, it is impossible without key, without encryption key. It is impossible to retrieve any useful data. So by default, we will ignore such a traffic. We have both signature and heuristic analysis. Heuristic analysis allows us to find some abnormal traffic in our networks. We periodically collect data. We correct our model of the network, and if the current traffic parameters go outer this specimen, this scale, our device will trigger our device generate report about a security event. Events are aggregating. If the events has the same parameters, IP source, IP destination, port, and so on, a couple of them will be reflected with only one string in our events table. Malware detection. This module is set to on. We can set it off, but it is not recommended. In addition, we can save malicious files for further analysis. On this page, we can refresh our rules of malware detection. This is IRP, Address Resolution Protocol spoofing detection. This module is enabled. Do not disable it. If we have an access to DNS server, from the management interface of our IDS, we can check automatically the correspondence between IP addresses and DNS names. This module is initially switched off. Our interface is internal. We have no connection to DNS, so it's not, there is no reason to set it on. Info about IP addresses. For example, we can automatically go to IANA, Internet Assigned Number Authority, with our IP address collected from security event. We can add one more service. Rules tab shows us a couple of our rules of datagram analysis. It is this is the amount of all rules, and this amount is grouped by some classes. For example, group SMTP. These signatures are dedicated for SMTP dangerous events. And so on and so on. Web server group. This group contains a lot of rules, for example, for web server attack, and so on. We can add our own rule. To add a rule, we should press this button, and we can construct our rule using these positions. Notification. By default, email notification is disabled, but if you have connection with real internet mail server, you can automatically pass emails to the administrator for the destination email address. Integration. Our device supports a lot of integration methods. It supports SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol, and it is disabled by default. It supports syslog interaction with some outer information system. Common events format is supported too. We can interact this device with special threat intelligence analysis system called VIPNet TIAS. VIPNet TIAS is second stage IDS, which can construct the data of computer incident from a number of different events. Our IDS can detect only events, but TIAS can construct a logical chain. It can find correspondence between events, and it can fix a lot of computer incidents. NetFlow statistics can be activated, and you can integrate this device with IDS MC if you have it, Management Center. Network settings. Network settings should be initially prepared in console, but some information can be changed here. Not all the information, but some manipulations can be given here. But full access to the network is only for IDS user, for the system administrator. Certificate. Well, let's retrieve the certificate, SSL certificate, for our IDS, and let us put it in our system storage. Sensor address is 192.168.100.100. This is the IP address. We should save this data. Then we should refresh our web server. And we can download this certificate. Let's download it and let's install this certificate in our storage. You know that modern browser tells that this is dangerous task, but we know that this certificate is correct. So certificate saved. Let's open it and let's install it in our Windows storage. This is the data of the certificate. And let's install this certificate as local machine for all users of our host. And let's install it. Let's install it in the following store. Trusted root certification authorities. Well, this is the information. Our certificate is installed in system storage, so it can be used for website securing. Okay. Well, and now our browser should be instructed that this certificate is secured. Let's go to settings, privacy and security, site settings. Well, we should import our certificate. Where it is. Well, private and security, advanced, well, system. Well, let me find my certificate and let me install it in my device. Well, manage certificates. Well, let me import here. Trusted CA for all users. Trusted CA. Root CA. Okay. Next. Finish. Well, certificate is imported and purpose is for client authentication. Okay. And you see that our IDS. Well, where is my certificate? Well, something is wrong with my manipulation. I should install this certificate as root certificate for web server checking. Well. Well, it's very strange. It's very strange because I told that this certificate is correct. Well, let me install this certificate. Well, open local machine. Next. Yes. Well, let me automatically select finish. The certificate is okay. General details. Google Chrome do not want to import this certificate because it's impossible for him to check the certification authority. Strange, very strange. Well, I should read the data about Google Chrome certificate import. For example, in Firefox, this process leads this red alert to being avoided. After correct certificate import, your browser will use this certificate as a trusted certificate. Something with this Google Chrome. I should read about this version. Well, it's not essential because I know that a website is trusted website. It is internal website of IDS. Well, date and time, we can set the interaction between our device and network time protocol server. If we have this NTP server should be accessible via management interface. We have no such a device in our stand network. Well, accounts. We have only one account, admin, and if we want, we can add some more user accounts, primary administrators, and users. Well, let's create one more user. Let's create ordinary user with account user and the same name. Let's change password for such a user. The same password, let it be. VIPNet 45, let it be. VIPNet 45. Let's save it. Something is wrong. Account name user, VIPNet 45. Well. Well, account and name must differ. These values should be different. Well, we have new user and we will log in as this user in a few minutes. Backup, if we have some data, we can take backup of our events collected for some time. Now we have no events, so so nothing to be backed up. Some service features: we can manage the self-testing procedure. For example, by default, full self-test procedure will be performed each 3 hours. Please be careful. While this process, full self-test, IDS will disconnect from the protected network. While the self-test runs in full mode, the network is not conducted. Checksums, you can see all the checksums for all files in our system. We can turn our performance, but do not do it. We can update our IDS. We can update firmware for the IDS. We can update rule database and malware database too. That's all the features of our IDS management system. The device is very simple. Really, the device is very simple, and this interface is the intuitive one, is the intuitive interface. If you want to have detailed information, please refer to the corresponding documentation. And now, let's have a look at the work of our IDS device. Let's start our attacking machine. Well, what about chat? What about chat? Maybe questions? No questions? Well, and now let me start our attacking machine. This machine is based on small Linux, in Alpine Linux. And its principle of work is the following. Where is my mouse? Let me minimize it. Well, the principle of work is the following. I wrote script for attacking. This script uses such an utility, TCP replay. This utility does the following. It takes files previously stored in pcap form. Those files are placed in my machine in this directory, and TCP replay takes each file and passes it from the desired network interface. -v, the output is verbose, so it looks like a TCP dump output. -i, this option specifies network adapter for the datagram to be passed through. -L0, L is loop, and 0, this is loop until Control-C combination of keys is pressed. Well, and now let's use our attacking machine. Let's call this scenario. Let's call this scenario our machine attacks target network, and let's have a look at our IDS. Our IDS feels that traffic is not zero, and it feels some security events. One of them has low priority at this moment, and 13 is of medium priority, Well, let's wait for a while and we will see a lot of our events. Well, let's have a look at our events. We have collected some data, and let's have a look of some events. Double click on event, double click, and we can see the description of event. You can see source information about the source. You can see destination information. You can retrieve the entire network package. You can save it using this button. And each event is described by special rule description. This description starts from keyword alert and has some attributes. For several events, there is an external description, and you can go to such an URL and read more about this vulnerability. Well, or you can see our IDS collects a lot of events, and we can refresh our data, and we can analyze some events with high priority or high severity. This is the example of one of highest vulnerability exploits, for example. Well, dear colleagues, I think we are all tired. Well, this is the basic principle of IDS. Please use it. Well, let me have Yandex. Let me log in to my disk and let me check my cloud for IDS license for you. Well, IDS, well, let's go here. Well, everything is correct. You see, this file IDSNSVA is virtual machine, open virtualization form, and this file IDSNS license zip is an archive file. So in this archive file, there are all needed files, license and credits for logging in for the IDS update process. Well, and now let's end our class for today. Please, questions, your questions. This is my email. You can write down me emails and I'll answer your questions. Well, this is my email. If you have questions, please ask me your questions. Well, dear colleagues, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for a long lecture, but I hope that all the information will be useful for you during your skills, during your training. Well, thank you very much. Goodbye and best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Goodbye. I'm leaving this classroom for now. Well.